Hey, how's it going, everyone? It's your lovely host, Key, and you're watching Primitive on YouTube. Today, we are going to be jumping back into another episode of Build in Public, episode number 5, working on the comic panel application. And today's stream will be focused on two things: managing the Gemini context and also integrating the front end with our lovely Rust Tauri back end. But before we get started, just want to quickly do a meet and greet with my dog. You know, I like to start every episode off with my dog making a quick cameo. He is my trusty companion. He's always not necessarily by my side, but he's always near me. Okay, right now he's right in the room next door, and I'm going to call him over to come say hi. Ogu, come right here. Up. Yes, good boy. Yes, good boy. Good job. Hey, why are you so big? Why? Oh, don't be licking in my mouth. That's nasty. Why are you so big? Why are you so big? Why are you so big and friendly? Say hi to the people. Okay. He loves being up here. I think he just likes being on me because he is shedding a lot normally. And so when he does get to cuddle with me, that's like a special occasion because sometimes the shedding is a bit much. Um, oh, you just gonna leave me? Okay, I guess we're done, right? We're done here. That's all you wanted. You just wanted some cuddles and. Okay. Thank you for coming by. The stream is over. We're good. You can go home now. That's all I wanted to do. I'm just kidding. Okay. Out. Good boy. Yes. Okay. And that was your cameo. Okay, I owe you $5,000 for your spot on the show. I'll pay you within 30 days. Thank you. I call my dog my first employee, but that is neither here nor there. Let's go ahead and jump into the show. Let's go ahead and get started. Okay, so if you are new to the channel, my name is Keith Clark, and I am a software developer. I've been a software developer for a very long time. I have a company called Primatif, and my company does a lot of things. Really, it is just me as an individual making myself available as a technologist, as a software engineer. I do a ton of different things. I can do analytics, I do application development, I do data and cloud engineering. And this channel is dedicated to all of those types of things. All the streams that I do are dedicated typically to those topics. And as I continue to grow this channel and this business, you're going to see how that stuff shows up in the work that I do in more exciting ways. So check out the website. It's simple right now, but there is an update coming that will greatly expand what my website has on it. But you can at least learn about the business, what I do, and the services I offer by going to the website, which is primatif.com. It is also the QR code that you can see when you watch this stream as well. So that website is going to be the central hub. So please bookmark that, save that website, and also subscribe to the channel while you're here. If you are a developer or you're on GitHub for some reason, we have an official page. Whoops. We have an official page here. So you can check us out at github.com/primitif with an F. And on this page, if you follow us on GitHub, you can also see the latest streams here as well. I have a cool little workflow on GitHub that I found from someone else. But basically, it sets it up where all my streams will show up if you just follow us on GitHub. So that's a cool place too. And not only that, but you can follow the development of this project and other projects here at Primatif by subscribing and following us there as well. So go to our official GitHub, which is github.com/primitif. Okay, so that is my lovely introduction. Thanks so much for coming by. And if you were just joining us, today we are working on continuing the comic panel application and specifically focusing on managing the Gemini context and also integrating the front end. So without further ado, I think we can go ahead and get started with our project. And I have a couple of things on the screen right now. The main things that we're going to be working with today are going to be I have the Windsurf IDE. You can use VS Code. They're essentially providing the same features for me today, at least. So I won't be using Cascade necessarily, but I just need an IDE to be my code editor, basically. I have the Warp terminal. It is one of the terminals I use. I don't use it all the time, but I like what they're doing over there at Warp. I got to be honest. Maybe one day I'll get into their stuff a little bit more and learn more about what the Warp terminal can do. But I'm going to use it today to run my scripts and also to host my Gemini chat session, which is this is all opened at the same the same directory as my project repo. So I'm doing it this way as opposed to using the terminal in VS Code. That way I just have some more playroom with my desktop. Another thing that I'm using today is I have the application running here. I have it in a small window. I don't need that much real estate for this. The main thing is that I just want to make sure it's still running, and also to be able to get any sort of messages that are coming from the console when we get to the front end part. So this won't be immediately necessary or useful, but when we get to working the front end, we're going to be using this and the console down here to guide us. And since we have consoles set up globally for application, that's going to work really wonderfully. Okay, so the main course right now is just going to be the terminal. And then the last thing I have here is I'm using the database browser for SQLite. This is the one of the browsers that is fairly commonly used for SQLite. You can use many different options, though. dbeaver is also a great database browser that you can use if you have multiple database types that you want to manage all in one interface. However, I just wanted something that was specifically tailored for this, and so I just got DB browser for SQLite. That's what we're using. And to make this work, you have to open up the database file that your project creates when it runs, and this will sync up to that database, basically. SQLite stores all of its information in a file. You can see here where my mouse is. This path right here is where the file actually lives when the application is executed. Sorry, I lit it Incent, so it's very strong. Let me make sure it's not burning down my apartment. Okay, I think we're good, but it is very strong. Sorry. Okay. So yeah, we won't need this database right now, but when we get to the part where we're manipulating and creating entries from our front end, then this will become useful in order for us to validate the actual contents of our database against what we're seeing on our DOM. Okay, so you might be asking yourself, like, what is this whole idea of manipulating the context for Gemini? Like, what do I mean when I say this? Let's go ahead and hop over to our lovely friend Freeform. I love using Freeform. It's a great software. It comes with all Mac computers that are on the more recent versions. By the way, I am running Tahoe Developer Edition, so there are some UI bugs that you're going to see. The glass isn't glassing up here too well, right? However, okay, so the first thing we're going to do today is we're going to refine and simplify our Gemini context. Okay, so this is the first thing. If you are a Gemini CLI user, this is actually really important to do because your context, it plays a significant role in the amount of tokens that you use whenever you're using the CLI tool. Really, any type of AI, context is always going to impact the quantity of tokens you use when you make a prompt call. So we'll just add, I'm going to use this as like a notepad, and then I'll make these graphics available to you all if you want them. Just let me know down in the comments below. Okay, so context will impact the token utilization for all prompts that are sent to the LLM. And so this is kind of a black box thing. Obviously, we don't know what the inner workings of these LLMs are. That's a black box. We don't know exactly how they're utilizing. We don't know exactly the way that they even tokenize, right? However, it is something that is pretty well made clear in the documentation, is that when you have context, that context is stored in Gemini.md files. Okay, these files can live anywhere within the directory structure where you begin your Gemini CLI session. Okay, so within whatever the directory is that you're working in, that actual folder system, you can have files by this name pretty much anywhere within your file system, at the root level, within a subfolder, even within a hidden folder or a get ignored folder. The Gemini CLI is going to read all of these files that have this name, which, by the way, is also configurable. You could configure it to use other file names if you wanted to. But it's going to read all of those files and it's going to concatenate them together to form one big blob. We're going to say GCLI is short for Gemini CLI. I think blob is the term. Forgive me if that is not the technical term for this. But essentially what I'm saying here is that whether or not you have all of your context written in one Gemini Markdown file or distributed within many files across the file system that you're working in for your repo, it all is going to be treated like one large body of text, essentially, and will be included to some degree that is not necessarily transparent in every prompt that you are sending over to your chat bot, for your chat session. Okay, so when you're within the session, it is included. So essentially what this means is there is a additional quantity of tokens that will be a fairly constant amount based on how much of that context you're using, right? And so with every LLM, they always will give some type of number, right? They'll say, oh, this LLM, this Gemini Pro can handle a context window of 2 million tokens. They'll say something like that, right? Well, this is included in whatever amount of tokens you would be using to reach that, okay? And so it's oftentimes the context around your prompts that make them more reliable, or that can help to fine-tune them in a direction that aligns with what you're trying to do in your project. So what we're doing in our Gemini CLI session with this project essentially is we're using the context that we write to hold a set of standards and conventions that we would like to enforce while we are operating within the directory. Okay, so it's that simple. So if I'm working in my directory and in my code base, I have some preferences around how I want my TypeScript to be written, well, then I can use these context files to describe that, right? So for example, I want the TypeScript component files of my SolidJS front end to be modular and atomically structured and broken down and organized, in a certain type of way, right? And I'm just kind of spitballing here, but a lot of times as a developer, when you're coding, you're trying to write your code in a way that is clean, or you're trying to write it in a way that is organized, or you're trying to write it in a way that is modular, or you're trying to write your code in a way where you're following certain rules or aesthetic principles about actual code that you want to reinforce. And there may not necessarily be like a whole lot of linting rules or whatever. It could be more abstract things about the organization of your file system even. All of those things we're going to try to describe in enough detail within our context that AI kind of knows not just what we want in any given prompt, but it has more information about how to actually apply that in a consistent way that meets our standards, our code quality standards, okay? So this is really about code quality, okay? Now, there are some things that you'll probably notice that AI tools do, especially when you give them free reign over your file system to change files and stuff, okay? So there are some things we want to avoid. And I'm going to just list out some things from the top of my head, but there are likely other things that you might appreciate as well. And there's also things that we want it to do. And then there are also scripts or workflows. Okay, so there might be other categories, but these are the main categories that I think about when I'm working on my context, which is a specific thing that I make time for as a very specific task. I actively work to make for these types of sessions where my goal is to work on my context. Okay, so we're going to treat each of these like problem spaces, and we're going to think about what makes sense as we're doing this. I'm going to do this part actually in the code, but I just want to illustrate this for you since we're here. Let me give this a nice background and an outline. This is a little dark. Let's go ahead and make this lighter. Like that. And then we'll send you to the back to the BizAc. Like that. By the way, I love making these graphics. I don't know how interested people are in these graphics when I make them, but if you like this kind of stuff, let me know. And I can try to find some type of way to make these available, possibly through my website in a more refined way. But even if you just want the ones that we make in this channel, let me know. I'd be more than happy to connect with you and send you any of these graphics that I make. Okay, so there are things that we want to avoid. I'm just going to spitball. We already have some standards, so I'm going to respect those. But when I talk about avoiding things, what I'm talking about typically is I don't want things like large monolithic files. Okay, so when you're working with something like Cursor or the Anthropic CLI or Gemini, what you're going to find is that oftentimes when you're asking it to make something, if your prompt is really, really large, like for example, having it make an entire feature or a component for you, anything where you would naturally need to make multiple files or have lots of moving pieces for one feature to work, a lot of times you'll find that AI wants to take a shortcut, probably to optimize token utilization, possibly. But you're going to end up with large monolithic files, and you don't want that. So when you see a file that is anywhere larger than like 500 lines of code, that might be fine. That might be fine sometimes. If that file has a singular concern, if it has a singular responsibility, if it is of a singular theme that holds things, perhaps like a barrel file or something like that, perhaps. But in most cases, when you start seeing files that are like 500 lines or longer, your red lights, your sirens should be going off. And if you're working with AI as one of your primary tools like we're doing in this channel, that is super important, because at the moment, when it comes to making edits to files, many of these AI tools have a hard time managing files that are that large. And when your files start to get larger than that, that's when you'll notice that you'll have lots of duplicate functions, you'll have lots of dead code, and it's going to be really, really hard to find those things, even because 500 lines is a lot of code. Plus, you probably don't even have comments in there, right? So we want to avoid large monolithic files because they're hard for us to manage, and they're also hard for your AI agent or whatever to manage as well. Things that we want to do, however, you want to make sure you have code documentation. So what this means is that almost every programming language has a specific syntax that you can use to annotate what's going on in your code. There are a couple reasons for this. The two that I can think of right now is, one, when someone opens up a file in your source code, you want to have comments that make it apparent what that code does, especially if your code is very difficult to read. Okay, if you have very esoteric code that is doing lots of very, arcane things, the comments in your code are going to make that stuff easy for someone to pick it up and to read through it, to know the big picture of what's going on, and then to discern what those parts and pieces do within that bigger algorithm or whatever. Okay, so in-code documentation. Also, in-code documentation is very important, because if you're using your AI chatbot or whatever to handle manipulating files, well, having that commentary inside of them could also provide some valuable insight into context as well. Okay. Now, the other reason, aside from the literal file itself, is that if you have in-code documentation, it means that as you export and import things between files, that you get that nice ability to hover over something and be able to read what it does, especially if it's something very abstract, or if it's something from a separate library entirely. You know that feeling when you can hover over something that you are using and you can see information about what it does, what it needs, etc. Okay, so in-code documentation is something we want to do. Scripts and workflows. This is like, think about this as routines for common tasks. So basically, when I say routines for common tasks, think about something that you might need for AI to do that you could describe as a series of steps. And in this series of steps, maybe you do this thing a lot, but you could describe the series of steps in a consistent way, and then also just have AI do it for you, right? And so you could actually have prompts that are stored in the form of scripts, right? And these scripts can be used in your terminal environment to call your AI chatbot and do the magic for you. But another way you can do this is you can actually just write the series of steps and give some type of call word or keyword, and have that just stored in your context as well, right? So just a series of steps. For our project, I don't have anything like that at the moment, but as we develop the project, we may come up with something like this. One thing that I think about a lot of times is instructions for how to modify something in a consistent way. Okay, so you can store pre-made prompts and stuff like that, and then just reference them indirectly. And oftentimes for modifications and whatnot, that can be helpful. So we're going to focus on these other two more. Okay, so what else do we want to avoid? We want to avoid linting errors, but we already have linting tools to help us identify those. So we don't think about that. We want to avoid using the wrong versions of things. This is like a temporary issue. So whenever you're using LLM, they usually will have a certain date which they were trained. And their model of reality might actually be based on a time period before whatever technology you're using existed, especially if you're talking about a specific version. So here's a really good example. We're going to use Pixie.js for some of our front-end graphic stuff, but Pixie.js has a version 8, but the Gemini LLM was trained presumably before version 8 because it doesn't know anything about it, right? So we might use our our context to specifically say something like, when using Pixie.js, please use version 8 and make sure you directly reference the documentation or something like that. Okay, so we can use it to avoid the wrong version of things. We can also use it to, we can define an organization strategy. So I can either give an example of what a folder structure might look like, or I could even take literal rules, right? So if you're like a clean coder type person, you can actually extract things from the text that you like, that you want to enforce, and then you can use your AI chatbot to basically code for you according to those rules, okay? So we want to do cleanish code, and we'll give it some type of description of what that means for us. Anything else we want to avoid? We want to avoid rewriting code that already exists. Now, this is like important because if you're working too fast, first of all, you're going to miss the opportunities to reorganize your code as you go to reuse things, but also your AI agent is probably not going to catch that kind of stuff either. It would be a huge task for it to search for every function before it writes to make sure there isn't something comparable, and then how would it even do that? It would just be a lot. But you do want to make sure that if you're working within a certain domain of your application, it might be a good idea to do a scan or to have it read through some code, or to do something to build that context. But at the very least, you could give it an instruction to do simple things like reuse types. So if you could store types in a central place, you could also have it manage tokens. When I say a token, what I'm saying is that you can call them constants as well. But instead of writing things uniquely, like for example, styling things like CSS or JavaScript style objects, you could have them tokenized and stored in a central place and uh, built from like modular pieces. And then when you're building like a UI or you're building something like that, like you're building these pieces and then you're reusing them as opposed to styling in line for each component. So think along those lines, but we want to reduce the amount of duplicate code if possible. Of course, we could say reusable functions. Now, it's going to have some idea about like all this stuff because these models are trained on coding. This is a matter of reinforcement. You're letting it know like this stuff is really important to me. And not only that, but you're going to try to be specific about how this stuff relates to your repos, specifically. Your preferences will develop, grow, and change as you work. So this idea of refining and simplifying context it's a never-ending cycle. Okay. Okay, so that is the refining part of the context. Now, the simplifying part, that's kind of another small thing too. Let me just reorganize this 1 second. Let's go ahead and move these over here. Okay, so this is the refining part. Simplifying is also an important task. Now, as you work on your context, it is going to get larger and larger. Let me just show you here. In my Gemini CLI tool down here, you can see 19 Gemini.md files. If I go and type in /memory, and then I do show, it's going to tell me all the stuff that's in my context all at once. This is everything across all 19 files that's printed out and concatenated together. Okay. So I bet you that within all of these files, there's probably stuff that is useless, duplicated, or even just, unnecessary for whatever reason. But the problem that we want to address here is going to be removing duplicate information. Okay, and this is important because when you start to pay for your token usage, or even if you're just thinking about the responsible usage of AI in general, these tokens, they directly relate to compute. And that compute, has a specific cost associated with it as well. So you're paying for it if you don't manage this duplicate information, but you're also killing the planet. I mean, we're killing the planet with AI in general, but that's neither here nor there, okay? You can have an impact by simply being more responsible with managing your context, which is why it's important to do this culling. So we want to remove duplicate information like repeated instructions. Sorry, there's apparently a siren or something going off in the background. So we want to remove repeated instructions. We also want to potentially collapse files into each other. Right now, in my repo, there's probably a lot of files that don't need to be separate. They can be put together. And when we collapse files together, that gives us another chance to think about duplicate information. Another thing here is that we can find more dense language. As far as I understand, tokens are based on the actual vocabulary of words you use. or let me say that again. Your token usage is based on some formula related to the quantity of words that you use in your prompts. And so if you think about the amount of words and the amount of letters that are involved in your context as a whole, finding simpler ways to say the same thing, and oftentimes in more direct terms as well, is going to reduce the amount of tokens you use. So we're going to focus on simple and direct. And then, there's kind of like a general set of formulas that you want to use when you're thinking about prompts too. I'm not a master of this section, but this is just how I think about it. So we can have different types of context info. Okay, so this can be instructions. This can be things to remember. These can be preferences. This could be info about the project. And this could be workflows. And this could be references to things. Most of the time when you're, oh, hey, buddy, my dog is here. Most of the time when you're working with something like Gemini CLI, it does have the ability to connect to the internet and to read web pages and whatnot. So you could actually store direct links to your resources that you like in your context, and then you don't have to necessarily remember them. You can just rely on your, on Gemini or whatever you're using. This also works for Cursor as well. And other AI agents. Sorry, my dog is, I don't know where my dog went. That was weird. Come here. Down. You can lay there. You just didn't want to be by yourself. I think that when that siren went by, it must have made him nervous or something. Yeah, you're nervous. Sorry about that. Okay, so these are all the different types of things that we're going to try to put into our context, but we want to do this in simple ways, and these types of things are going to more or less be our concerns when we're thinking about context. Now, what makes all of this really beautiful, and I know this is a lot, but what makes all this really beautiful is that we can actually use Gemini to help us make the context for Gemini. Isn't that that's kind of crazy sounding, right? But that's exactly how this is going to work. We're going to use Gemini CLI to help us define and manage our context. Okay. And let's first look at how much context are we using. So if we do memory refresh, it says here that we've loaded 45,520 characters from 20 files. Okay. So if we have 45K, I don't have a specific metric that I'm aiming for, but I bet you we can get our context down to about 20,000. Okay. We could probably even get it down to 10K. Okay. Because I haven't managed it at all. I've just been letting it do whatever it wants to do. But anyways, let's go ahead and jump into this. But just remember that the main thing here, regardless of whether you have all this structure like I'm defining out here, the main thing to take away here is that you can use Gemini to help you manage the context, okay? And if you manage the context, it's going to mean more efficient utilization of your tokens, which means cheaper cost, and it's also going to mean more sustainable. And those are two really important selling points of this strategy that I'm about to show you here in a second. And when I say eco-friendly here, take that with a grain of salt, okay? When I say sustainable, I'm not talking about the most sustainable thing in the world, which would probably be to just not use AI. But of when you're using it, just know that you can have an impact about the relative, and you can have an influence on the relative impact. That's what I mean to say. Sorry, I'm struggling with English here. But you can have influence over the relative impact of your use of AI by managing your context. Okay. Okay, so I think that's good. I get really into making these diagrams and stuff. Okay, so once again, if you like this type of stuff, let me know. I'd be more than happy to share these graphics if there is a desire for them. I have kept all of these that I've made for the channel, and it's as easy as me just putting them on GitHub in a repo or something, or even sending these in an email. So let me know, and then I'll try to do something in the future that takes these and refines these and makes them more beautiful for you all. Okay, so that's that. Let's go ahead and give this a title. I'll distill this verbiage here, and there you have it. Okay, so here is our code base, and there's a couple of different ways that you can do your Gemini markdown files within your repo. The way that I'm doing mine here is I'm storing them in a .gemini folder. Now, as I mentioned, you could actually put your Gemini files in multiple places, anywhere within this entire directory. And as long as your terminal is pointing to this directory as its excuse me, as long as it's pointing to this as its working directory, it is going to read all of the Gemini files that are stored in here. Now, my personal preference that I wanted to experiment for this repo was to put all of them in the same place instead of having them distributed. So what I did is actually have a folder system here, and the folder names, excuse me, the folder names here describe what the Gemini file that's included in them is for. And there is a root level Gemini file that is like the parent. It's the first one that would be read in the hierarchy. So I'm not going to read through all of these, but I do want to talk about this first one because it's the most important. Oh, here we go. So my first Gemini file is called the AI Constitution and Core Directives. This is the file that that I made before I made any other ones, and it is, think of it as like a entry point. It sets the standard for the uses and the relationship of all the documentation. Ooh, I'm struggling here. I might need to take a break. Oh. Is it you? Is it your dander? Yeah, it's probably your dander. Okay. So to put it simply, let's just go through this. This is not up to date. Let me go ahead and update this here. The project name is called Primatif Comics. The purpose is to create a comic panel creator application with AI assistance. User can generate panels and export them with Okay, so the goal of the purpose of my application is a comic panel creator application with AI assistance. That's not really a primary feature. I'll just say users can generate comic panels with vector shape art, with vector objects. Let's say which include vector objects, perspective grids, vector objects and perspective grids. Pages can be exported as PNG. Okay, so here's my final purpose. To create a comic panel creator application, users can generate pages and collections of pages with panels. Pages and panels can include vector objects and perspective grids. Pages can be exported as PNG files. We'll just say can be exported. We'll figure out the details on that later on. Okay, so the primary technologies I'm using are going to be Tauri, Rust, SolidJS, Pixie.js, and Wasm, WebAssembly. I don't know if I'm going to use WebGPU per se, but it is used in Pixie.js, so we don't need to call that out. Well, yeah, that's fine. SQLite. What else? Let's go here. Vite, Bun. I think those are two other ones. Yes, Vite and Bun. What else? Gemini. Let's put here. Let me see. We haven't brought Pixie.js in here, but we're gonna go ahead and put in here, just in parentheses, that we want it to be V8. Because if we don't, I know I was doing a spike outside of the stream for another, like a graphics performance test, and I noticed that Gemini was having a hard time, and also Claude was having a hard time as well with knowing to use V8. And my Context 7 apparently still isn't working. So we're using Tauri 2.0. Excuse me. Okay, so that part is now there. Moving on. To ensure efficient token efficiency, do not read files arbitrarily. When seeking context, follow this path. Start with the root file. Consult the context directory index, section 3, and find the category standards. Okay. Identify the correct topic and read. Okay. All code documentation is another artifact generated or must directly adhere to the guidelines defined in the relevant Gemini Markdown. Okay, so this is saying if there's no specific standard outlined, just mimic the structure and style and conventions of existing code. This is saying to seek clarification for things that are ambiguous, destructive, or outside of clear scope of request. I want all of my Gemini files to have this type of metadata in it. This means that I'll be able to consume this information as structured data if I wanted to do something like add a vector database, which I've never done before. But if I wanted to do something like that, or I wanted to have these indexed for some other tool or whatever, this front matter is just going to be really useful, especially like the tags and stuff. I could turn this whole Gemini directory system into a Obsidian notebook as well, and it would be able to utilize all this metadata as well. Okay, so within my Gemini file system, there's 3 different categories. There's standards. This is all stuff related to coding, documentation, operational standards for the project. So like how I actually am working on things. And then documentation defines rules and structure for user and developer documentation. I don't think I've really used this one too much, but if I'm like going to be enforcing some standards when it comes to making APIs, or even like if I want to develop a user guide or like guidance around how to do that, I can have that in here. I don't think I'm going to be utilizing the documentation section that much right now, but the workflow section is one that I'm not using that I know I will sooner than later. Okay, so the main thing I'm going to be focusing on is my standards. So there's an instruction that I typically will give Gemini, and it'll be something to the tune of, I'm working on something, I learn about an issue that Gemini has, and I say, hey, Gemini, I want you to make a new standard for X, Y, and Z. And then what it'll do is it'll go to this standards folder, and it'll look for a category. And if the category for this new standard I'm asking it to do doesn't exist, then it'll make a new file. So we've covered tooling. Tooling here, for example, contains instructions to use Bun as my preferred dependency manager, right? By default, it's going to try to use NPM for whatever reason. But I've told it here explicitly to use Bun, right? So that's a standard for tooling. A standard for error handling, this defines how we're doing some of our console logging around error handling. This could define it for the front end and the back end. Okay, so forth and so on. Now, I'm not going to look through all of this. What I'm going to do, I'm going to start off by saying, hey, can you, well, first of all, we need to refresh our context. Whenever you change these Gemini files, you need to do memory refresh in order to have it reloaded. Now, what we'll say is, can you please review, and we're going to give it the file path for this root level 1. Can you please review this file? Oh, I did not do that correctly. If you do an @ symbol, you can also do .gemini/ and then we'll just select that file. And we'll say familiarize yourself with it and give me feedback as I ask questions about the standards directory, which we will be providing today. So I like to always ask Gemini to read something before, and we're going to be using the Flash model because I've ran out of my Pro. I stayed up late the other day, last night, and I did a lot of coding, so I used up my Pro, which is fine. I actually like the idea of doing this with Flash as well, because if you do it with Flash, then and you know that you're getting like consistent results with it understanding context, then it's just going to be safer. Okay. Okay, so what I'm going to first ask it to do is to read through all of my standards and determine if there are parts of my standards that have duplicate text. Okay, so read through all of my standards and determine if there is duplicate written in a single place instead of repeated. This includes duplicate text that may not literally be the same, but accomplishes similar ends. Okay, so basically what I'm trying to say is, if you are seeing like these patterns where I'm repeating something a lot, or where I've said the same thing maybe in different ways, can you find that and give me some ideas about how I can simplify so that I'm only saying something once in like less words, I guess. So I'm going to give it a second. It's going to read, and yeah, this is a part where you sometimes just kind of have to wait for it to do its thing, but we'll let it live. Now, if you want it to be fancy, something you could do is you could dual stream. I'm not going to do that right now, but you could run two Gemini CLI sessions, or you could run Gemini and you could also run Cascade if you want to. As long as you're working in distinct, non-overlapping sections of the code base, there's nothing to stop you from using multiple AI as agents to do tasks, across the stack or whatever, or across your domains. Now, the only issue is if you accidentally start having these things edit the same files, you're going to end up, you're going to end up in a really weird situation. So, but the Gemini folder system, this doesn't really correspond to like my actual living code for the application. So I could have, a separate work stream happening if I wanted to. Okay, so this says, overall, the structure is organized and largely adheres to your principle of hierarchical normalization with general principles, define higher levels and specific implementations, building upon them in subdirectories. This is a good approach to avoid literal duplication. However, I've identified one area where a general principle could be potentially elevated to or for broader application. If you anticipate creating more general documentation standards for user guides, there are two principles that can be moved to a more general. Okay. Where is this code documentation? Okay. Let's go check that out. So it's saying that in this file. Okay, so what this is saying is that there are two sections in here, these two sections, and it's wanting to move these to their own file so that they would apply beyond just this specific scope of code documentation. That wasn't really what I wanted, but actually I do agree with that. I mean, I do agree with that. But I think it is so minor that I don't think I'm going to do it. The other thing too is that, like I said, each of these files has its own front matter. So we're going to actually be adding to our context by migrating these out. But this does bring up another point. Are there opportunities to condense some of these files to reduce the quantity of files and also the amount of text they contain as a whole. I'm trying to reduce my context utilization while also maintaining the same information, or at least the same outcomes in terms of how context is used. So what I'm saying here is that I want this chat session to help me think about a strategy for how I can take this file system and reorganize it in hopefully a more efficient way, at least for now, where I can sort of write things in a more simple way, sort of reduce the amount of words that I'm using as a whole, and also reduce the number of files that I have by potentially condensing or collapsing things into like maybe a larger category or theme. So we can use larger categories or themes. And something that's going to be like a little bonus here is that I can kind of give it some insight into what I'm thinking. Here's what I'm thinking. Gemini.md files and contexts will be continuously refined and organized perpetually as I work on this, so we can always break things up again. For now, I'm looking for the optimal strategy, organizing right now and reducing character count. So that's a big prompt, that's a long prompt. But what I'm hoping is that it can kind of get the gist of what I'm trying to do here, which isn't as simple as just reducing duplicate entries. It's really about the overall gestalt of how I'm managing my context window here. Something else I might ask it as well is like, are there any things in my set of standards that are just like not useful? Like it's already implied. It doesn't need to be stated. Okay, so here's his advice to me based on my last prompt. Okay, so it's saying that we can group the changelog and where is that stored? So we have changelog here. Changelog for our project is basically a file where we're storing entries for what we worked on whenever we have our work sessions. And it's saying that we could put that together with our Git workflow stuff into a single directory. Okay. We have this one called front end specific. And we also have within it a subfolder of styling, and those have been separate. Okay. So yeah, I'll approve this. And that's going to get us one step closer. Our last token or character count was 45,756. I feel like I need like a notepad or something. Can we get stickies? Let's get some stickies here. This is like a app that I almost never use, but it seems surprisingly useful right now. Okay, so 45,000. What was it? 45,756. Okay, so does anyone know how to make text bigger? There you go. Okay. There you go. So this is where we started out. 45,756. We're going to apply this change here, and we're going to apply. It's going to do like maybe 4 of them, 4 or 5 things. Now sometimes when we do this, it will increase, but I think in this case it'll actually decrease because we'll at least be losing the metadata on 2 or 3 of these files. So it's going to remove the old one. Cool. Excuse me. It's going to remove that whole directory. It's going to remove that directory. Okay. And then we'll do another check here. Memory. Refresh. And we are at 41,000. So we just saved ourselves like 4K characters. So 41,691. Okay. Okay. So read. So what we can do here is we can do memory, and we can do show. We can say from our complete standards context, do you think there are any instructions that are useless or useless, not necessary, or so implied that we don't need to say them? Okay, so what we're trying to get to at this point is like an LLM, and what we're using them for comes with a lot of inference making. And so if, for example, right, if you're working with like SolidJS, you can basically infer that you're working with JavaScript because SolidJS is a JavaScript library, right? So you can infer that it's something to do with the front end, or it's something to do with the UI, right? So one piece of information can imply a lot of different things. And so when there's implications happening, you don't necessarily need to call out all those details in most cases. So we're just looking for those things that might imply other things, and we're saying, hey, maybe we don't need to say as much. Okay, so okay. So for example, here we already have a standard for error handling in its own specific file, but we're saying something about error handling in the standards root Gemini file. So yeah, we could save some space by getting rid of that. Here, sometimes you'll say things in your writing that may not be useful for AI. It's more useful for people. So if we want to be concise, we don't have to give a lot of like reasonings into why all the time. We can just say, do this, period. Okay, it's saying here that we have a config where we can set the application to be in debug mode, or we can set the application environment like production, development, etc. These are implementation details that are implied, so we don't need to mention them. I think all of these are okay to do. So we'll just say all 3 are okay to do. Now, if I go overboard and chop up my context and stuff too much, like that's fine. I can always restore these in the future. And in fact, if something proves to be useful, it's going to become a standard regardless of whether I get rid of it now or I need to bring it back. I'm going to have the same feelings. So, okay. We'll get rid of that one. So you see here, it's just taking some of these lines and it's just reducing them. Okay, so now we can check our context again. We could do memory, refresh. Now we're at 40,675. Okay. Okay, so next thing we'll do is we'll say based on our current context, which you can read, do you think there are any details here that can be said in a simpler way? I want you to go through each of these files and recommend simpler verbiage that accomplishes the same goals. The file, all right, the same goals of the file. Okay, so basically, if there's a simpler way to say something in more concise terms, like just write it that way. These context files do not need to be optimized for humans. In fact, I believe that there might even be symbolic ways to compose these files that greatly reduce the tokenage by sacrificing human readability. I'm going to come back to that because I actually have been experimenting with that very concept for a couple of years. Oh, it didn't like what I asked it to do because it could cause a loop. I'll just say start with architecture, back end specific. I'm going to say do the first 5 folders in standards, and then we'll do the second. We'll do the remaining ones as a batch because I think it doesn't want to do all of these in a loop. Interesting. Okay. That must be an update from the most recent update of Gemini CLI for it to try to halt on big loops. Ooh, what did I just do? Oh my god. Oh my god, it's dying. Okay. Well, this is what happens when your context window gets too big. So we're gonna have to probably compress here after this. I'm gonna wait till I get done with this batch, and then we're gonna compress. Maybe, I don't know. Okay, so okay, let's do this. Let's compress. And give it a second to do that. Do 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 do. Do. Okay, there we go. So we reduced our chat history. Okay, sometimes when your chat history gets really large, you get bugs. That happens with almost every LLM chatbot. Either bugs or it gets really slow, or both. Okay, so let's just go through these one at a time. I'm going to say review the architecture standards and rewrite the file so that it is more concisely, I spelled that wrong, written towards the same ends, but to save on characters. Okay. We are looking for more efficient language. If you're coming by the stream for the first time, thanks for coming by. My name is Key, by the way. We are currently working on a really, really obscure and arcane part of this project, which is to refine and simplify our Gemini context files, because they can greatly impact your token utilization, which can eat up all of your tokens if you don't watch it, or also it could be very expensive if you're paying for your tokens. It can also be quite bad for the earth if your context isn't well managed. So this is just a standard maintenance thing that we're going to have to do throughout the life cycle of this software. Okay, so right now what it's doing is it's going through the sections of this architecture document, and it's reducing the language to make it more efficient so that we use fewer tokens when this specific file or other ones that we'll reshape here in a second are used. Okay, so let's check how much we've reduced this. So now we're at 40,084. Okay, let's say do the same thing for backend specific. Let's just give it a couple. Branching, CI, CD, and code documentation directories and all their subdirectories if they exist, but only one level deep. I know it doesn't go one level deep, but if I don't say that, I think it's gonna be weary of the instruction, because it could lead to potentially infinite loop, or it doesn't know that it can't. So interesting. Okay, so yes, let's see. Unit tests for each module, specific. Okay. Yeah, I like that. That's not a huge change, but that's fine. Yeah. Okay. I might have overpromised when I said 10K. I don't think we're gonna get to 10K. We might get to like 30. I don't know. Should we take a bet? Okay. Code documentation. Okay, so do error handling front end specific get workflow tooling and I have this one here too. It's the root level of our standards folder. Then after it finishes these, then we're going to check and see how much further we reduce. So you can see here we took some pretty big leaps. We did 1K here, or 4K here, and then we did 1K here. So I think this next one might be, I don't know. It's going to be at least a couple K, I think. It must be. Where did it get to before the loop thing? Okay. So it got to tooling, and then it got to Okay, so we just need to tell it to update this one here. And then I don't think I need to have it. I'll also have it do my root level one, but I'm going to tell it to be extra precautious to not make any changes that would negatively impact its use as an entry point file. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll compress. Sometimes when Gemini is acting really weird, compressing is a good way to sort of free it from some sort of like negative repetitive behavior. So we'll compress. We're like keeping it on life support is what it feels like. So like we compress from 36 down to 2.8K. And then we'll also do memory, refresh. And then we'll say, can you please read, whoops, we gotta give it the actual file path. And write it in such a way that we reduce the verbiage, but say the same thing so that the file has fewer characters and saves on token utilization. I spelled utilization wrong, but it's fine. If I had a penny for every time I spelled something wrong, I would have a lot of pennies and very little space to hide those pennies. So let's save this. This was like 40-something lines before. Now it's much more concise. Okay. Cool. This is just like a map of what these folders are, a map of the intention for these folders. Okay, cool. And then we'll say, can you perform the same thing on this file? We'll say it is our entry point context file, so it's important that we don't make any changes that will compromise it. Compromise how it contextualizes the entire context system. That sounds like a weird sentence, but we'll just send it and see what it does. Okay, so this one we're actually going to want to skim over. Like I said, this is like more or less our entry point file for our entire context window. So we want to make sure that this file still looks okay-ish, you know, and accomplishing the same thing. So yeah, that was a pretty significant leap in terms of text reduction here. Okay. I can also refine this too. We don't need to say as much up here. Okay. We don't need to have modification date. In fact, I'm going to take that out of all of these Gemini files. We don't need modification date. I'm going to do this real quickly before we come back to that. Oh, you already know what's up. You're helping me out. Okay. Yeah, we're going to do all of these real quick. Trying to maintain that as a piece of metadata is useless for me right now. If we had an automated system to help us manage that, it could be fine-ish, but it doesn't really mean anything for us to know when these were modified last. As far as the file itself, if we wanted to, we could actually read metadata on the file to know when it was last modified, or we could look at something in Git or whatever if we needed that information, and I don't imagine I will. So, okay, so let's go back to this file here. Oh, 1 second. We'll just say, hey, I noticed, hey, I removed the modif date metadata from my context files. It's not useful. Make sure our standards don't include that as a requirement in the future. I think that's actually stored in, I could have just did this myself. It's stored here, somewhere in here. Oh no, this is the code. Okay. Oh, it's stored in this one right here, metadata. I'm going to have it actually specify the metadata that all files must require. I think that's actually better than having exclusion. Just tell it what specifically to include. So it's going to check to make sure I didn't miss any. Actually, instead of doing that, I can check that myself. Oops, I didn't mean to cancel my session. So what I can do here is I can actually just check here, modification, date, and we can see here that I actually have some that I forgot to get rid of, and get rid of that one. So you notice all these are like the same date. This is probably like when I actually made these files last time they were updated. And there actually are some files here that are empty. I'm going to leave them. I don't need to keep them. What is this? Okay, that's something else. Okay, so now I'm going to say, can you update the metadata mandate standard instead of telling it what to exclude, explicitly describe what should be included. And right now we have a name, purpose, tags. So we only want to include those three moving forward. Okay, that was a little bit of a tangent, but we're good now. So we're going to do memory, refresh. Let's see. So we're now down to 33,000. 33 is my favorite number. 3 is my favorite number, but 33 is my second favorite number. So 33216. So look at that. We had a huge leap. I mean, this was like, let's see, 400 and we'll just say 60. 3,460 is quite a bit. Okay. There's one more thing I'm going to do, and I know this is actually going to have a huge impact. But let me first go ahead and commit this, and then we can take a break, and we'll come back after our break. So we'll just commit this as one big change. Like you can see that all of this is like, you know, yeah, pretty significant. What is this doing? Oh, okay, I fixed some lint error or some okay. I actually made a change in this file where I changed the spacing. Sure. Okay, we can just include that. That's fine. It's kind of messy, but I'll just go ahead and include it. Okay, so we have already reduced our context by like more than 10K. They're really 12K, 12.5K. 12,540 characters. So I think we can get this even lower. I could probably get this down to 20,000, 20 something thousand. We're going to do that after our break. And the way that we're going to do that, I won't tell you. I'll give you something to come back for. Okay. So we'll take a break for let's do 15 minutes, and then when we come back, we'll work on this and then get into our actual coding. We're going to be up tonight, okay? So if you have, a work or something in the morning, you don't need to be up all night. If you want to, I would love that for us. However, I just want to tell you, by the way, I'm going to be working on some short form content and also turning some of these streams into actual clips and stuff. So if there's like anything good and juicy happening over here, don't worry. I will find ways to make that available to you beyond just these really, really long streams, which I know are intense. So yeah, I wanted to tell you that, and I'm procrastinating. It's 5 minutes, so goodbye. But I'll be back in like 15 minutes. So that'll bring us to 10 after. Okay, so don't go too far. But if you go anywhere, make sure you come on back to Wolfpack. I'll be right here. My name is Key. This is Primitive.
First of all, I mean, as we know, the World Health Organization just to declare this a global health emergency. For Americans who are watching this, how serious is this? What's keeping you up at night?
That this is an evolving situation. Literally every day we learn a little bit more about it. That you can actually have transmission from one to another. The transmission from person to person to person, that's called sustained transmission. When that happens, the situation becomes a bit more serious.
Do we know how virulent this is, or is this a very deadly respiratory virus?
Of the world's population is now living under some form of lockdown due to coronavirus. More than 3 billion people in almost 70 countries and territories have been asked to stay at home. There are now more than 450,000 recorded cases of the virus globally.
But we know that testing is not readily available in many places, so that number is likely to be much higher. So let's take a look at the situation across the globe. This is Madrid's biggest ice rink. It's been requisitioned to hold the dead. They need it. There are so many now.
One and a half million face masks, 500,000 respirators, 500,000 fast emergency testing kits, hundreds of ventilators.
So that number is likely to be much higher. It's called sustained transmission. When that happens, the situation becomes a bit more serious. So let's take a look at the situation across the globe.
At a time when gatherings of more than 2 people are still banned, today's demonstrations were clearly a direct challenge to those rules.
This is one of a number of protests across the country, but this one is by far the largest.
Protest happened as the government's coming under pressure to relax the rules on demonstrations after 60 MPs signed a letter to the Home Secretary coordinated by the campaign group Liberty.
This is Madrid's biggest ice rink. It's been requisitioned to hold the dead. They need it. There are so many now.
Threatening to overwhelm the country's health systems, leaving people fighting for hospital beds, oxygen and medicines.
Nationwide, there have been 1,761 deaths in the last 24 hours. That is the highest death toll in a single day so far.
It's the breakdown. Release that. Release that.
Yo, he's back. Okay, so I'm back. The break is over, and we can get back into this project. So let's head over to VS Code, or actually we're using Windsurf. Okay, so before we left, we had reached a pretty nice milestone here where we reduced our character utilization from 40,000 down to 33,000. 45,000 down to 33,000. And so I have one more trick up my sleeve to make this Gemini context system more token efficient. And okay, I'm just going to tell you. The way that you can do this is by offloading certain details so that they live outside of the actual files, okay? And when you do this, this means that you don't have to put everything inside of a Gemini file. You can put things in other files and simply reference them. So a good example here is we have this folder here, but we also make a reference to other things, right? So we can do this with things that aren't Gemini files, such as, for example, this tooling. So somewhere within my Gemini system, we're referencing tooling.md. In fact, let's do a quick search to see. Oh, it looks like that file isn't being used anywhere. Okay. Let's see. Oh, is that file redundant? Oh, it is redundant. Oh yeah, we don't even need this. Okay. So this, I guess this was an example in the past. Let me just go ahead and show you how we do this. Okay, so anywhere within the Gemini file, I can say, hey, there is a template, for example, that exists in another file. If you are writing X, Y, and Z, be sure to use this template, right? And then it will go and look at that time so that that information doesn't need to be persistent in context. It's only loaded as needed. So that's why we're going to be offloading things to other files. So I would say, let's go through these individually and have it do this offloading type of thing. And we'll do each of these individually because this is actually potentially a quite cumbersome thing if we do it all together. So we'll just say, hey, look at your entire context system and starting, let's find opportunities to offload information to exist in separate files which can be referenced within a Gemini.md file in a folder. The idea here is that we can reduce the immediate amount of characters in our context by having certain details like templates or code or examples within their own file to save space. Let's do this with the architecture standards first. There probably won't be much in here, but in some of the other files there will be. I'm thinking about the one for code documentation specifically. Okay, so it's going to make a patterns folder. Let me just say one more thing here. When we move things to reference them, we need to make sure the Gemini.md file has enough contextual information so that it knows it must use the reference within specific situations. That way we don't risk a loss of consistency. So we have to make sure that our references are adequate in their description for when to use this information. Otherwise, it's just going to ignore it in a lot of situations. And it still may, but this is like a trial and error thing. If it doesn't work, then we can always move the details back into the actual Gemini file. But this is going to give us an immediate bonus in terms of reducing the amount of stuff. And when we use these files here, we can actually start to include more information. Okay, so yeah, so now we can remove this detail from, let's see here. Okay, so we can remove this detail from that file. Cool. And so you see here, replaces it with this new standard. It says front end manages real-time non-authoritative UI state for fluid interaction with while back end acts as an authoritative source of truth, validating persistent final user actions. For detailed explanation, go to this example. Since how this examples can be more robust now. Okay, cool. So that should have had an impact, but we'll also, let's see here. Well, we're gonna stop it for now, and we're gonna make sure we go through these in order. I don't want to skip ahead. So, do the back end specific Gemini file now, and if there are multiple opportunities to do this within Gemini files, as we go through them, that's okay. Okay, so it's going to do this one now. So there's going to be a details folder, and oh, it's going to do separate ones. Okay, cool. That's fine. So I think a good way to sort of explain why this is a valuable strategy is because this action of writing prompts, building context, creating these chat contexts, that's going to always be like an increasing amount of token utilization. And this compressing action will always attempt to reduce that to just what is relevant and concise. One thing that will not happen during compression, though, is it will not reduce the utilization of our actual Gemini.markdown files. So what we're kind of hoping here is that we have a system where it can actually know how to build context as we proceed with coding, and then we can compress it and remove details while still preserving the overall gestalt of our system. I know that sounds crazy and it sounds all weird and stuff. It's very hard to explain, but by having things offloaded, that means that they're not persistent. They're only relevant for when certain use cases occur, and they'll be dynamically loaded in. Okay, so this is the standard for the Rust doc. Okay, so okay, so it just wants to do the code documentation stuff. That's fine. We'll let it do it. So you can see here now we have summaries for things that we care about with the backend, and then we have actual files where those details are contained, and then they'll be referenced as we go. And I can always say something in my prompt like, hey, we have error handling, standards. Can you please remember them as you do this thing? Okay, so it's doing this for code documentation. I guess it knows that this is a big file. Okay, so we're printing all these examples. I have some kombucha here. It's my favorite kombucha. Okay, it's going to do get workflow. Let's check our code documentation one. Okay. Yeah, we're saving so much space here. And the other thing too is like I don't need I don't need to treat this like an agent. I'm never personally going to just let it have free reign to do a bunch of stuff without me constantly checking. So this does not need to be like a perfect system with like no entropy or whatever. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Core principles. Where is that? Oh, my big head is in the way. I'm so sorry, y'all. I be forgetting. Okay. Wait, let's see. Okay. This is all error handling stuff, so here. Okay. Sure. So yeah, it's just like offloading some of these details. Now, one thing I can do too is I can have actual code reviews, and these standards can be invoked during code reviews as well, which I highly recommend still doing code reviews even if you're working by yourself. Especially for large features. Okay, so component architecture, sure. That's actually a pretty significant one. Okay, so this is for a front end specific. And you know, it would be a nice world if we could just have everything all at once in context, but that would be also a world in which I would need to be, one, not concerned with the fate of the planet, and also exorbitantly rich. Okay, cool. Styling, sure. And as I go through this too, I might find that offloading these might weaken the integrity of my system, but it's okay because if we get this token or this character usage down really low, that will give us some room to play around with for adding things back in. You know, so we're using like a subtractive method right now, but we can also continue to be additive with this as well. And a lot of that is like explaining when these things matter and developing sort of a language to call things too. What I like to do is I like to announce like what I'm going to work on and like sort of preload things before I begin a work session on a specific task. Okay, so CI/CD pipeline. Okay, so now it's doing get workflow. CI/CD pipeline details right here. Because this is like information about how I want the CI. I haven't even gotten to CI/CD, so this might change, but it's fine for now. I won't have. I don't know about this target of 5 minutes, but yeah. Wow, 51 people have come by the stream so far. Thank you so much. I appreciate every single person that comes over here. Welcome to the pack. Welcome to the party. Okay. Standards and tooling. Okay. Yep. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this is gonna I bet this is gonna bring us down to like 10K. I'd be surprised if it didn't bring us down to 10K. And because we're offloading these into separate files, we can actually have more information in these now and not have to be so worried. Okay, so something I can do as well here, I can actually, let's split this up, and we can do, we have a script here, bun lint nd fix. Okay, so that did our linting for us. Apparently not. Oh yeah, it did our linting for us. Okay, so there might be some things in here that weren't automatically fixed. Oh, I think our language server just. Oh no, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. All right, so we linted, and oh, we got one more here at the bottom. Sure, gotcha. Okay, so I think all of that should be good now. Let's go ahead and we can actually close this terminal now. We don't need that one anymore. And let's do memory refresh. Oh, okay. I overestimated, but we did actually make a significant decrease here. Now we're at 25,924 characters. So we have removed a little under 20,000 characters just by doing the stuff that we did just now in the past like 2 hours. So that actually is a huge boost to our economy with this. So let's go ahead and save this. And also hope that I don't regret doing this. Like I said, when you're working with like your context window and stuff, like it takes a little bit of finessing. This is not something that you will always be adding so much to. I think once you get into a certain like flow with your app, you can also begin to point to files as examples instead of like having so much in your context description. And you could even do things like have contexts that are only really loaded in when you're working in specific areas of your code, right? So if I only wanted to do front end work, I could have like a Gemini folder inside of the front end, and I could actually just run my Gemini session just within that folder. And that could also help us to have more context specific to that, but not have like all the other stuff that's irrelevant. Because like if we're working just in the front end, we don't need back end context usually. You know, maybe if we're doing like cross functional work between those two, but we don't always need everything. You know. But I think this kind of gets us to a better place than we were before. So I think we can call success on that bit of work. Oh man, wildflower kombucha. Okay, so that's that. So now we can basically go to our next bit of work here, and our application is actually running right now. So let's go ahead and pull that up. And it is right there. It's kind of hiding. And now we need to have all three of these. Okay, so before I jump too far, I'm going to say compress here because we're doing something distinct and different. Oops. I'll give that a second to do its thing. Okay, so that's good. Actually, we don't even really need this chat history. I'm gonna restart. Yeah, we don't need anything from that session. Okay, so I'm going to do a couple of things here first. The first thing is I'm going to have it read the previous change log, and I'm going to have it read the project scope. Actually, no. I'm going to back up. I'm going to have it read the recent change log, which tells it what we did last in our last work session. And then I'm going to have it read the current sprint, which is this document here. This is what we're actually going to be doing today and what we've already done. And I'm going to have it read both of those in the context of the project scope. So actually, I'm going to do this in a different order. I'll say first read the project scope document to understand this repo as a whole. Then read the change log file, then read the current.md to see what we are about to work on next, which is the front end. So I'll give it a second to do its thing. So I think an overarching pattern, by the way, that I'm really demonstrating for you here is that as I work with my AI tool, I'm giving it plenty of things to read into context. And because I'm working in a fairly organized way with lots of supporting documentation, either in code or in context or in referenced files, I can invoke all of those things as needed dynamically in order to make sure that my AI agent or that my AI chatbot can work accurately. Whether you're doing an agentic route or you're doing like a direct chat session, all that stuff is really important. Okay, so it's ready to help me. And what we're going to be doing here is we already have a back end set up. This back end is written in Rust, and we can communicate with the back end by using a invoke function. This invoke function allows us to communicate through what's called inter-process communication, or IPC. So that means that we're able to use one programming language to invoke or to execute code that's written in another language. And this invoke function from Tauri allows us to do that so that we can connect to our Rust backend, even though we're working in a SolidJS front end. So we're going to be hooking up the front end to the server, and then the server is going to be able to send and receive data to and fro the SQLite database. And that is going to store a message that we can put on the DOM and also update that same message as well. And the reason why we're doing this is because we want to just essentially test the basic functionality that connects all of those three parts of our stack. And that would be kind of a proof that we need to treat as a checkpoint, because if we can't do that, then we cannot proceed forward anyways, right? So we need to confirm that is all together working. Okay, so it says here we're going to be doing three things within this within this step. So setting up the app.tsx so that we have the Cobalt components. Cobalt is going to be our UI kit of choice. Let's go ahead and bring that up here on the browser. Oops, I made that too big. Let's go ahead and bring that up on our browser here. So I spent a little bit of time looking into UI kits. Cobalt seemed to be the one that will work for us. It is an unstyled UI kit, which means it should be fairly performant, and we can develop our own style system on top of it. And you know, we don't have to stick with this one since since we're just building up our basic prototype UI. Excuse me. Since we're building up something that's like only a step removed from our prototype, it's not going to be that complicated. But if we need to, we can actually make this with something else. But Cobalt has like all the basic components that I think we'll need. It also seems to be capable of doing the stuff that I want to do at the moment. And the UI isn't going to be doing a lot of heavy lifting for us in this application. The main thing that we're going to be doing is more with like Pixie.js. So, okay, so but this is Cobalt here, and Cobalt is a specific UI kit that is for SolidJS. Okay, so I think we can go ahead and have it do the installation of Cobalt Core for us. So we'll just go ahead and accept that. Okay, and let's see here. And we need to configure Tailwind. Okay, so we're going to tell it to include Tailwind directives as well. Okay, I'm gonna inject here just really quickly. I'm gonna say when we are using Tailwind, there is a styling standard. We should, or no, I'm gonna say something different. Since we're working on the front end and we already have front end standards, I'm going to say, hey, please review the front end standards before proceeding and make sure we use them. Also with Tailwind and styling, I prefer a tokenized approach instead of heavy inline styling. This won't matter because what we're making is not going to be a part of our long-term app. However, I do want to at least try it here to make sure that I can refine my standard. So okay, so it's loaded up the front-end styling standards. Perfect. So I'm glad we did this earlier. Let's actually take a look at that really quick and see what that standard has within it. I think it has the tokenization thing I just mentioned, but I just want to be sure. The spacing here always kills me. Okay, so define tokens such as color, space, typography within Tailwind. This centralizes the design decision. Something else I'm going to say too is I also have a preference for global theming. Can you add to the existing standard details before moving forward? I want to be able to basically use a theming system for this. Even if it's just like defining some top level CSS styles that cascade down. Like the more of that kind of thing I can do, the less work I have to do in sort of tweaking and worrying about individual components. By the way, if you are coding and you use tokens and you use like high level themes and stuff, it becomes much easier to replace your front end UI kit with something else if you decide to use something different. But when you have like a bunch of like customized components and all this other stuff, that's when it becomes really difficult. So keep things like really modular and also keep things styled in a way that is easy to swap out things and easy to swap out your components as well. Components that are wrapped can also have a lot of benefits too, because you can change what's in the wrapper. Okay, so it's going to make our Tailwind config file. And let me just go to Tailwind really quick. I feel like there's some other setup instructions that I need. Also, I think that there might be some other, let's check Cobalt here as well. Okay. Okay, so we can install the Cobalt Tailwind as well. Oh, okay, it did it for me. I don't know why I put that in as npm. Okay, so it did that for me. Okay, so I want to make sure that that's the plugin that I use. Cool. Okay, post CSS, sure. Give me 1 second before I let it do that. Let me just check Tailwind. I want to make sure I'm not missing any installation steps for this too. I've used it before. I'm pretty sure I have the global. Okay, so we need to install these two. With bun, of course. I think I have the CLI. So we'll just do, let's do another terminal here. Bun add, excuse me. Okay. Let's just check our package JSON. We have Tailwind, Tailwind Vite. And let's go ahead and install, wait, Tailwind CLI. Actually, let me, I spelled dependency wrong, it's fine. Okay. Okay, I see. Fine. Okay, so we don't need the CLI. And one last thing is, what about the post CSS for Tailwind? Do we need that? I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not a Tailwinder. I'm not really that much of a front-endy person. I like graphics, but like UI is not my strength. Although I do have a lot of experience with it. But Tailwind is not something I spend a lot of time with, just to be completely honest. let me see. So Post CSS is a core engine that transforms the CSS. Tailwind CSS itself uses this plugin, so it's essential for Tailwind work. Auto prefixtures plugin that automatically adds vendor prefixes to your CSS, ensuring that your styles work across different browsers. Okay, yes. And then we'll say check to make sure that check online to familiarize yourself with Tailwind and Cobalt and how they work together, and make sure we have our correct dependencies. And then while it does that, I'm going to do bun install to make sure this gets updated. Okay, so now it's going to update the app. One more thing I'm going to say is, actually, no, this is fine. Let's just go. I'm procrastinating. Okay, I messed up my style. Okay, so let's go check what it just did. All these changes are going to be inside of our source, which is our front end. Okay, so it just added these references. My IDE doesn't know about Tailwind apparently, so let's just see if we need to get some. There was like a way that I was able to fix this. What did I do? I won't worry about it for now, but that is kind of annoying. It's going to show up in my problems tab, so we'll fix this here in a little bit actually. So we won't do it right now. Okay, so we just had it add the UI for app.tsx. This is for oh, you know what? What I wanted to do. Okay, so I'm gonna have it just do this really quick so we can at least see this, and then I'm gonna make a change to how this is modeling this out in the front end. But essentially, what this is gonna do, it's gonna make a UI that allows for me to take a piece of text and then essentially just drag it across the UI like a message. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have it rendered with Pixie.js, but I'm gonna treat that as a refactor. Oh, excuse me. Okay, so it's going to modify the backend. This is going to update, oh, excuse me, our command here. Inside of inside of models. So each message will have an X and a Y. The message will have an X and a Y. This is actually doing this incorrectly. So let me correct it here. Okay, the goal here is for each message to have a string and a set of coordinates. Okay, so it's going to fix that. So now we have text here. And it's going to update our schema here as well. So there's text X and Y. And then it's going to update the command here. This command is going to basically allow for our front end to make changes to the message and also to the location of the message on the DOM. And then our UI can send an invoke instruction to the back end, which will update the source of truth, which is our SQLite database. And then the front end will reflect also whatever is in our source of truth. So this is just basically two different commands for that. Okay, so we're still kind of a little bit out from finishing this up, but we'll go ahead and let it continue. So in here, it's just going to update this now to have some, let's see here. Now that the back end, I need to adjust the front end to send a text value. So this is basically going to use the invoke. Oh, what's this here? Oh, okay, I see. I'm going to pause it and then have it come back, but there is an issue here with its ability to do the Tauri app log. So Tauri apps plugin log. And we'll make sure that this is actually doing it the correct way. This is for the JavaScript API. And so when you have the logging system inside of your front end, something I did learn is that you actually need to have it set up to work correctly. I actually have a spike here where I did this very same thing. So if you don't mind, I'm going to take a second just to look at this to remind myself of how I did it. So I had my vite config here, and we have this. So we have to basically, the reason why we do this is because the logging system has to pass through vite, and if vite doesn't have access to this logging system, it's just not going to work. It needs to be there because we're using the inner process communication stuff essentially. I don't think we need. We'll just do that for now. Okay, so we have a property here, and okay, so Tauri apps API, and then inside of our README, or not that one, package JSON, we have plugin log. That's what we need. Oh, so we do have that here. Okay. So I think we just need to set up our vite config to use this. I'm going to see what it does if I just tell it to do it by itself. To resolve it is what I should say. When in doubt, tell it to check the docs. I don't think it understands what I'm asking it to do. So I'm gonna give it an example. Okay, so I think that should take care of that part. Okay, so let's go back to our app.tsx file. Oh wait, let's see what's the usage of our log, and you're just looking at a bunch of other broken code. I'm so sorry, y'all. I think that's it for that for now. And let's also tell it about this here. I don't like to let things build up. I like to address them as I go. So oh, there we go. Okay, so now we can we can try to right click here, and oh, it doesn't let us reload. Okay, let's close this and reload that. And while it's doing that, oh, okay. So we have a issue with our post CSS. Oh. Okay, I think we should be doing that as a TypeScript file. I'm not sure if it maybe it doesn't matter, but let's just let it know. Let's reload that, and then we'll take this message and we'll pop it back in here. It doesn't like it because our project is set up for TypeScript and stuff, so we have to make sure that the imports are done with the exports are done in a certain way, basically. So let's let that reload. And nope, still not right. Something I can do as well is I can inspect the element here and open up this, and I can get the actual message Oh, it's not showing here. Sometimes the messages will show here in the console. So basically, it's just not able to get the app.css. So I can take both these messages, and I can go boop, and then I can also take this one here. There needs to be a plugin at some point that allows Gemini to get more direct feedback from the Tauri application. That would be a lovely thing to work on. I don't even know how to do that, but that's one thing I've learned about the workflow is that that's a huge bottleneck. Okay, so let me just open up my emergency tool. So I'm going to open up Cascade here, and I'm going to let Cascade know that I'm seeing this message. And let's see if Cascade has a better idea of how we can resolve this. And let's also reload this too. Something we can do as well is we can get the message from here, like this. And before we do this, let's go ahead and do a quick commit. I could have probably split these up, but that's fine for now. And we'll just tell Cascade. We'll say, hey, here's all this stuff. Hey, what's up, Fizzal? Thanks for coming by the stream. Appreciate it. Appreciate it so much. Thanks for coming by. Okay, let's see what it resolved here. Found the issue. Your post CSS configuration file is named blah, 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 but Vita's trying to load a .js and treating it. Okay. Module setting package. Okay. Sure. Okay. Okay. Sure. We just did that the other direction, but let's see if that fixes it now. Okay, so I thought I did install post CSS. Am I tripping? Okay, we're like in full vibe code mode right now. But let's see what happens. I thought we had that installed. Let's just check our package JSON. Yeah, right here. And oh, I don't have tailwind post CSS. Okay. Use bun. In fact, I'll just do it myself. Let's not kill the planet. So bun install. I thought I installed this earlier, but apparently I didn't because I don't see it here. Post CSS. Okay. Okay, so it's going to update this here to use post CSS as a plugin. And then let's check. Excuse me. Okay, so let's close that, and then let's reload that. Something tells me it's still broken. Is it? Nope, nope, I think we're good. Let's inspect. I think we're good. We're good. Okay, so I do feel weird about about this being a white screen. I feel like we should be seeing something else, but I'm not getting any error messages, so hopefully this isn't a false positive. So, okay. We're getting a database error from SQLite. No column named X. Let's check SQLite. We have that running right here. Here. Let's reload this. Oh, I don't know how to reload SQLite. Let's close that and let's reopen. Or can we open recent? There we go. Oh, we have to do a database migration. That's what it is. Okay. I actually forget how to do that. We need to do a database migration to update it. Also, oh, we don't. I would normally want a script, but I know this is temporary, so I'm not going to bother making a script to do this. Oops. Drop my phone. Okay, so it's going to do a database migration for me. To update the schema. Okay, so we have this database directory here. We updated our schema, and we have this, which is, this initializes our database based on our schema if it doesn't exist. Okay. But we need to have migrations in here, so we'll let it do that. These migrations basically allow us to programmatically make changes to the database, but also have the ability to potentially roll back, and we can define a strategy and all that kind of stuff. But for now, we are just going to have the migrations for altering the table. This way, we don't have to make a new one. We just continuously update. And this migrations script here, this is going to be responsible for performing this migration stuff for us. So this migrations will update. Oh, you know, something we need to do is we need to make sure that this has some comments in it too. Okay, so it wasn't keeping our comment, and documentation standards. So that's kind of one of the things we lost out on by moving some of that stuff outside of our context, is that now it's no longer adequately doing it on its own, which is fine. We just have to sort of provoke it and remind it and tell it to do that as we go moving forward. And then when I do my code review at the end, before I do this, before I'm done with all of this, I'm going to look at these files and make sure that we go back and add comments and stuff too. Okay, so now this is making, okay, so within the database migrations, there is a mod.rs that it's updating. This will include now, okay, so this code here was updated. Okay. Okay. So this is just including initialization and migration. Okay. Today, okay, this includes database migration. Okay. And let's go ahead and check our app. I don't know if the app is actually going to be working right now, but we'll just see what the current state of it is. That's not the right window. We need, where is our app? Did our app crash? I think it might have crashed. Let's go ahead and restart our app. I think it might have crashed or something. Okay, we have some errors. Okay, we aren't going to do that today. We are focusing on just the front end integration. Please wait. Okay, so it was trying to move ahead to some other stuff, but we actually need to continue getting this working. So let's go ahead and check our problems tab. Make sure we don't have any things here. This seems to be fine. I think we are having some build issues with the Rust side of things. So we can go right here and see what's going on. Okay, so we're having some errors with Rust QLite in the migrations folder or migrations file here. So let's see what this means. Okay, cool. Okay, so let's just read through here. So when I'm working with this, my goal here isn't that this is like necessarily faster or better. My goal here is that when I'm working on something I've never done before, this is going to be a way where I can actually learn. If I'm reading these messages and actually following what it's talking about, I should be able to learn a fair amount as I go here. Okay, so let's kind of see like why this is failing, and I'm going to make sure to ask it. Okay, why is this failing? Explain it to me before you try to fix. And the reason why I want to do that is because if I don't, it could be actually like a false positive. So I want to just see like what it's actually talking about and see if that makes sense to me. So compilation errors you're saying are related to Rust error handling mechanism, specifically for the question mark operator and the from trait. Syntactic sugar for propagating errors. When you use, it does two things. Returns OK value, and the value is unwrapped and used. Yep. If it returns error, the error is immediately returned from the current function. The from trait requirement, the question mark operator to work when propagating error. Error type must be convertible into error type from the current function's results. The conversion is performed implicitly using the from trait. That is, if your function returns an expression inside of it returns, and then must be implemented from. So the problem is the Rust migrations function is declared to return the Rust SQLite result. This means that the error type is Rust SQLite error. Inside of run migrations, you're using the question mark on functions like read directory and read to string. These functions return standard IO results, meaning their error type is standard IO error. The compiler is telling you the trait from is not implemented for SQLite, for Rust SQLite error. This is the core of the problem. Rust SQLite, that's hard to say out loud a lot of times, does not know how to automatically convert from a standard IO error. And okay. We have a custom errors, and we did do that actually. I may not have needed to do this. I may not have needed to do this right away, like this. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. Converts. Okay. Okay. Sure. I think this is fine. Let's see what it does. Okay, so it's going to bring in a new crate for result, and let's see what file this is in. It's in migrations.rs. It's going to use that on okay. So let's see how that impacted our ability to build or to compile an application. So line number 12. Okay. Could not convert the error. Migrations RS12. So like function, migrations, connection, results. I'm pretty sure. Oh wait, no, this is different. So needs to implement Rust SQL. Okay, so app error needs to implement. Oh, I see. Okay. Sure. Let's go ahead and feed this back in. and see what this says. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go up to all the way to the top of where I entered this most recent command. I'm just going to drag and bring all this down. I've never actually done anything like this with Rust specifically, so this is kind of a novel thing for me. This is where it kind of matters to make sure you know like your programming language. For me, this is like more towards the prototype side of things, so we'll just figure it out as we go. I'm gonna see what happens if Cascade kind of takes this and see if it can make sense of this for us. So we see that the CSS issue is fixed. Now we're encountering some Rust compilation errors with Tauri. The errors are related to error type conversion in your database, migration code. Sure. Great news. Okay, cool. So look at the relevant files to understand. So I think what's happening is that this whole migration function here, it could return an error, but that error needs to be converted so that it works with our custom errors here. So it's going to check the errors module here to see. And hey Fazal, I see your question here. How much does running a query like that cost for Cascade? I don't know. I mean, honestly, with the way that I do this, I never need to really buy tokens beyond what I get for my $10 a month. And for Gemini, I'm using the free tier. So I'm doing a lot more of the like the vibe coding and prompting stuff right now, just because I'm not a Rust developer. But like on a normal day, I don't know. I do use like a fair amount of AI to code, but if you check out some of the earlier streams, one of the things that you'll see that we do a lot on this channel is that we have documentation that specifies a lot of the details on the requirements and the designs. And that helps a lot too, because when you have, for example, this is our current sprint here, when you have like your requirements and your details fairly well researched, you can avoid most issues like what I'm facing right now. It's just that I didn't design this portion of the software too well. So that's why we're kind of running into a bit of a tail chasing thing right now. But yeah, for $10, you get, I don't know, like a couple thousand tokens that you can use with Cascade. And then on the free tier, I don't know like the quantity you get with Gemini CLI, but I haven't had to pay anything, for the last like 3 or 4 weeks. So now I need to update. And by the way, I'm using the 3.7. So this right here, it's charging me 1.25x. And the way that I'm doing this is I'm actually treating Cascade as my like backup. Just because I do enjoy the planning feature. I find that the planning feature helps keep it organized and prevents a lot of redundancies and stuff. Okay, so now it's going to update the migration RS file to properly handle the IO errors. Okay, so something I can do is let's see where I am right now. GWD. Let's CD into the source Tauri folder, and then let's do cargo build. Let's see if it'll at least build. Let's see if it'll at least build with what we have right now. Oh, it looks like it might have fixed the issue. That's nice. It takes so long to build. If I switch models during a working, like it actually maintains that part of the context that it sends over, regardless of the model I use. I do actually switch models occasionally. Usually, I'll switch between Claude and or different models of Claude and or the Gemini LLM, and I've never really had an issue with it losing the immediate context of the conversation. So yeah, so I think that I don't know the details about how it how it switches, but I do think that the actual IDE handles the context and stuff for you. I don't think that the LLMs per se are in charge of the context window. I think it's the IDE or this like sort of interface is in charge of that, and then it just directs it towards whichever of the LLMs you're using. Okay, so it looks like our build. Okay, so our build made it a little bit further. We have an unused import in the migrations folder. This is kind of like with Golang. Golang does not like unused imports, and I guess Vite doesn't either. Okay, so we can get rid of this one here, and let's try to do that build again, or that build again. And we should probably stop this. Oh, we did stop the process. Okay, cool. Oh, no, you're not distracting. Actually, I'm so excited because I think you're the first person to have talked quite a bit in the chat. So yeah, I love that. Okay, so let's check our build here. We have unused import inside of the migrations. I thought we just changed that. Let's go ahead and accept these changes too, so we get rid of those weird colors. Oh, okay. Let's see here. Waiting for file. So I think our build succeeded. So let's run dev again. Yeah, I do not recommend. Well, okay. Let me make sure I say this the correct way. I would not recommend trying to do professional quality work in a language that you've never coded in, or that you don't have a lot of experience in as a professional. Like, I think that would be very unwise. I do think that when it comes to spikes and when it comes to doing R&D, prototype things, early investigations for maybe something bigger you want to build, then I think AI can be a really great tool. Even if it doesn't necessarily, require you to do like all the nuanced stuff by hand, you will still learn a lot. And even if your project is an abysmal failure, you will still learn a lot as well. The main thing with AI is that you're responsible for making sure you know what's going on, whether your project is a success or not. So let's see what our issue is here. Application started. File system error. No such directory. Thread main panicked. Okay, so librs. Let's see what it's looking for there. Line 67. It's missing. Failed to initialize the schema. So it's probably having a hard time finding this schema.sql file. So I'm assuming. Let's look down a little bit more. Okay. This is the stack panicking. It doesn't say exactly, but this probably has something to do with the schema file. Let's check where that schema file is being referenced in our code. So schema.sql. Let's see if there's any other places. Yep, just that one place. Okay. The only thing I dislike about the warp is that the warp terminal thing here is like some of the interface here could be a little bit much for me. They're trying to make the terminal into more than what it needs to be sometimes, but that's okay. Let's go ahead and read this again. Okay, so these are the logs from the actual app running. File system error. So it panicked at line 67 in lib.rs. And this has to do with the database manager. Okay. I think that this is definitely, this is either related to the database file. So inside of our database is actually being held inside of app.db. I don't think that is what the issue is. Let's refresh this. Our migration didn't work yet. It didn't apply yet. Okay. Let's see what Cascade says. I want to know if my theory is correct here. Also, I'm thinking that we should have better logging for this. This is also why we should have some tests at some point too. But let's just see what it says. Yeah, with AI, my whole thing is like it's. I kind of think of it as like being a big tutorial. If you allow it to be that, it's a big tutorial if you allow it to be it. It's a very expensive, energy-consuming tutorial. Okay, so this is happening when trying to access the migration directory in your code. Oh, okay, the migrations directory. Now I understand the issue. After fixing the error type conversion problem, we've encountered a file system error. The application is looking for migrations and database source, database migrations. But it does exist. Are you silly? Yeah, that's weird. Okay. So, okay. Oh, I see. Okay, so this needs to be while running the compiled binary. Okay. Uh-oh. What did it do? Okay, so try to find migration directory, multiple locations. Ooh, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Tauri's resource handling. What does that mean? Okay, so it's going to try to find the path. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. So it's just a difference of whether it's relative to the binary or relative to the repository. Okay, we'll see. I don't know. I mean, we'll just see what happens. I might have to look into this part a little bit later on to see what the best practice for this is. Okay, so unused import path. Oops, went down too far. Unused. And here, database migrations line 3. So we don't need that, I guess. Guess not. Okay. They said fighting with the compiler is the life that we have to live. They was not joking. You know, that's like the first thing you see people write when they, like, if you look on Reddit and you just follow what people talk about when it comes to Rust on Reddit, it's like compiler wrestling, World Wrestling Federation, and the compiler is, you know, I don't know, The Rock or something. It's the big guy in the room. Macho Man Randy Savage. That's the compiler. He seems kind of rusty. If you think that the compiler of Rust is the equivalent, the coding equivalent of Macho Man Randy Savage, leave an explosion in the chat. I'll leave one in there too. Boom. Okay, so this looks like it might compile. Let's cross our fingers. Let's just cross our little fingers and see. Hopefully, please. 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 Okay. Man, we're just running into issues. Okay, so let's see what's next. Oh, so we made it further. So could not find migrations directory in any expected locations. Ooh, okay. Oh, you know what? I'm tripping. Is there an ORM for Rust SQLite? Ooh, there it is. That's what I'm missing, actually. Ooh. Yeah, this will make my life so much easier to use this. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to back up here. Whenever I find myself doing something that's very complicated or doing something that is not the way it's designed, I back up and I take a simpler approach because I know that I'm going to probably introduce more sophisticated database tools in the future. But right now, the main goal is actually just to get the UI working. So what I can do in this situation is I could just like short circuit all of this, and we can just not use a migration strategy, and we can just make a direct change. And then we can introduce an ORM, and we can introduce more appropriate tooling for managing migrations in the future. And we'll just make that into a backlog item, which is what I should have done in the first place. So I'm just going to say here, let's redo this so that we are not using DB migrations. just yet. I will allow you to remake the DB. Actually, what I'll do is I'll actually just manually delete the database for now, and then I'll have that database be rebuilt, which is what's going to happen by default if it doesn't exist. So give me 1 second. I'm going to do it off screen here. And good thing I saved the location for the database because it is not in an easy to find place. So com.primitive. There it is. And I'll just delete the database. Okay, so I'll just say here, I manually deleted the database so we can remove the migrations logic that we added and just let it rebuild the database based on the schema that we updated. How about that? Cash me outside, how about that? Woohoo! Okay. Sorry, I'm like yelling in somebody's ear. I know it's late. I know the database, I don't know if, I'm new to like iOS or like desktop stuff. I'm more so like a web developer. But the way that databases and stuff get saved is interesting on a Mac. Yeah, I'll just say that. It actually just stores them all in the same place inside of the user library application support folder. I don't like that. I don't know how it would be better, but I don't like that. I wish that it was kind of saved in the same place as your application. Yeah, it's almost 3 a.m. here too. It's 2:45 a.m. Okay, so let's see here. I have the correct content for the database. I will revert the changes related to migrations, changing the connection to use result. Okay, adding result back. Removing pub. Okay. And I'm going to tell it to clean up the files also. Okay, so let's see what it's going to do. Show me the money. Nope. But I'm in Central Standard Time, so I'm in Minnesota. We share the same time zone as Texas. I used to live in Texas, though. The Lone Star State, Texas. I like Austin. Austin's very hot. Very hot and very dry. It's like bone hot, if that makes sense. It's hot where it's so hot you don't even realize how hot it is. And it's like whatever hotness you think it is, it's like hotter than that. It's like surprisingly hot. Okay, so we're removing the migrations code. We don't need that. I just manually deleted the database, and I'm going to allow it to be respawned. So let's go ahead and see if we can run our app now, which should result in a new database being spun up for this updated schema here. Yeehaw! Okay, so that apparently worked. Yay, I'm happy. I'm happy. Happy, happy, happy. Okay. So I done forgot where we are on this thing. Let's inspect the DOM. I don't think our text is on here. If it is, it's invisible. Yeah, it's not on here yet. Okay, so let's make sure that our component is actually connected. So app. Let's I like to put a placeholder text. Oh, it's not actually using our text in here yet. Yeah, it's not doing its thing. Let me go ahead and put something in here. Let's just do that. Okay, so this is not draggable yet. But we'll put this draggable element inside of this div right here. And now this element is draggable. Let's put something fun in there. Let's put Primatif Comics, and let's go ahead and put our favorite emoji in there. And we'll give it a good old wolf pack on this side. I can't decide if we're like a wolf pack or a dog pack, somewhere in between, right? Okay, so now we have this here. And so starting position is 50-50. And what I'm going to want to do, we can close Cascade now too. What I need to do is I need to have an entry in my database for a single piece of text. And I want that single piece of text to have a set of coordinates. And I want those coordinates to be used so that that text loads whenever the page loads and renders at those coordinates. And if those coordinates change, then I want that to be updated in the database. So I have added an draggable text in app.tsx. I would like for when the, or wait, let's actually go and add, can I add an entry here? Let's let's just reload. There you go. So now we have this here. Let's go ahead and modify table. Oh, not the table itself. We actually just need to make an entry. I've never done this in here before. Trying to think, how do I want this to work? Oh, is it actually saving these every time I drag this? I think it is. There's 13 entries. Let's do it again. Boom, boom. Oh yeah, I think it is actually updating our database. Yeah, so it is successfully receiving our messages. Okay, so then I think what I needed to do now is actually draggable element. Oh, okay, so it's not using our text. Okay, so what I'd like it to do, instead of using the text that I have here, I need to actually pull the text out of the database. And also too, it's creating multiple entries, so it's using a what's it called? It's using a create method to insert. What I need to do is have it update instead. So each of these, in my mind, okay, we have two approaches. We could either update the same one, or what we can do is we could always have only the last entry represent the current thing that's being rendered. I like the idea of just updating the one entry, but I mean, this is kind of I don't want to get too bogged down with this here, so I'll just compromise and have it only render the most recent item on that table. Okay, so I would like for the front end to only render the most recent text most recent entry in the messages table and render it to the DOM at the coordinates. As it moves, then we will need to read the database again to load the most recent. The only thing is that this creates a weird feedback loop that could be rather slow because every time we move the component, the element, we have to go to the database. But this is going to be a bottleneck in the future where we might have to do like some type of batch style processing. Or we might have to offload that part with maybe WebAssembly. I don't know. I think WebAssembly will help with storing the actual coordinates because WebAssembly, since that could be done in a way that reads directly to and from memory, and I think it might be a shared process. It might be something where we can access that memory from REST. I don't know. Okay, so for this, anyways, I think for right now, what we can do is we can just have it read the way I was going to do it. This is going to be slow, but we're not trying to scale this. This is just a proof more than anything for us right now. So we need to read the database again to reload the most recent entry, which represents our current state, and we also need the ability to update the text that shows so that when the new entry is added, I can hold and change the words. I don't know how to say that. It's late. It's late. My brain is foggy. Yeah, it's so hot in Austin that it makes you tired. You're so right about that. You're so right. Yeah, sometimes it's just, in general, it's just so hot, all you can do is sleep. And I know that life. I know that life. I'm reading the chat. Okay, so we probably need to compress our context here in a little bit, but let's see what this is going to do for us. So this is going to update here. We're going to use the invoke method to get message. We probably need to update the get message function in our code, in our backend code. What is this latest message? And what is this? Set message. Is that going to be deserialized as an object? I don't know. I hope so. Let's go ahead and look at our problems tab and see if we can get some info from there. Your problems tab is your best friend. Oops, wrong place. It's fine. It'll go away. So we'll just put it there, and let's see what it does for us. And we also need to tell it to go and update our lib code here. Or is it main? I think it's lib. no, not lib, commands. So we need to update this code here so that get message will actually only retrieve the most recent one and then return that one, or whatever the highest number is. Let's go back and check and see what this change is that it's about to do. Oops, wrong app. So we're going to go to app.tsx and let's see what it does. Okay, get message. This is the message type. Okay. We need to update. Oh, wait. I think it has it here. Oh, okay. So let's go and check. Okay, let's check our database and refresh. And we can see that it actually has our new updates there. The only thing is it's doing this every single time. So let's say I want to have a confer button so that this update only occurs when we save. And other, yeah, let's just do it like that because I don't want to keep going back and forth between this and the database. I mean, once again, this doesn't matter. This is only just a proof that we can get all this stuff working together. So it's not like the most critical thing right now, but at least we have it working. And yeah. And we'll make this text oh, I see here. Text, okay. So this is really a form. I want to put the save button inside of the section here, like this. And I don't think we need to do this part here. Yep, so now we can just move this whole thing here. And can you improve the style of this? Also, remember our styling standards. Refactor accordingly and make use of Cobalt. It's not using any Cobalt, but that's what we needed to do. Okay, so I think we're kind of nearing the end of tonight's stream. Really, the only two things I wanted to do is work on the Gemini context stuff and also work on the integration between the front end and the back end. And so we pretty much did both of these. I just have a little bit of like cleanup. Oops, I got a little cleanup stuff to do on the way out. Let's see here. Let's fix that. And I think we can just do from core. Let's go to the Cobalt website and look at use examples. And what we're using, I guess it doesn't matter what we. Okay, so it needs to come from text field, probably should come from a text field. Like that. And let's see what else is happening here. Do I have Cobalt Core installed in my package JSON? I do. We have another error down here. What is this saying? Text field.root doesn't exist. Research the Cobalt site for these examples and then update this. Thank you. Oh, thanks everyone for coming by the stream tonight, by the way. I really appreciate your time and your eyeballs and energy. Hopefully you got something out of this. I'm going to be taking these long form videos and chopping them up to make clips and stuff. So stay tuned for that. And give us a follow, a like, a subscribe, whatever stuff that you're supposed to do. Like, comment, subscribe, all that. That'd be really, really great. And I can't wait to share more stuff with y'all. Okay, when I'm looking at this, by the way, one thing I do not like about Tailwind is all this. You see this? I mean, I know that I could condense this and compose this, but I mean, this just doesn't look good to me. Okay, so let's go ahead and make sure we do the bun install thing. Okay, I think that, oh no, that didn't resolve. Let me go back to, oh, I don't think it actually checked online, did it? It did. Let me go back to this while it's doing its thing, and let's go to text field here, and let's see see what it's doing. I think there's just no text field .root. Let's see if we can fix this ourselves. I think we just gotta get rid of this and get rid of that. I don't know why it wants to do that. Okay, so that fixed that. And I'm not seeing some of this like other stuff. And also I noticed that it moved my button outside, which I don't like. Let's put that there, and we'll just get rid of this. Okay, so now these are all together. This is ugly, but you know, I think you get the point. Okay, so I noticed that the styling is not showing up for these. I say the word whatnot a lot in my prompts. I don't see the color purple and whatnot. So let's see what it says. I kind of sloppily went through the Tailwind stuff. So it's going to remove the node modules and all that stuff for me. And then we'll just reinstall that and see if that fixes the issue. I don't think it will, but let's see. Okay. Nope, that didn't work. Okay, so must be something else. Okay, so one thing about Cobalt is that it has its own Tailwind setup here. Where's that? Right here. I don't think that this is going to matter in our situation, but let's just check our tailwind config.js file and see if we have that. Tailwind config.js, we do have that. Okay, so our tailwind directives, which I think are referring to this here. Okay. So it's going to upload those. Okay. Sure, let's go ahead and rerun that. Something I can also do too, and I don't think this will actually fix it, but I like to sometimes do something dramatic. Like we can make the background color something really distinct. Oh no, we already have background gray. Okay. Let's talk to Cascade. Let's see if Cascade can figure this out. And one of the nice things about Cascade is that it's very easy to take not only the screenshot, but you can also take the content from your developer tools as well. This is kind of sloppy, but I will just take the entirety of something in the screenshot. So we can see here the Tailwind classes are actually being applied. I don't necessarily see the CSS computed. I don't necessarily see the CSS reflecting what is in the Tailwind though. So this is telling me that it might be something with the processor. I wonder if this is something to do with the Vite config. Let me just ask, I'm gonna give Gemini one more chance to see if it can figure out. Okay, is this something with Vite config? I'm looking at the computed styles in the developer tab, but don't see styles applied. Okay, maybe this will work. So this will explicitly tell it to use our CSS. I don't think that worked. Okay. Anyways, well, let's just see what Cascade does. Check Vite config, the post CSS config, Tailwind stuff general, and our use of it in app.tsx, and our directives. This is what I'm seeing despite the styles in the file. And then I'll just take a screenshot of all of this. Oops. Let's open this up here. Make sure we reload this. Okay, so I want to make sure I have a clear example and what I give it of where some styles are defined, but they're clearly not the same thing as what's showing in this computed section. So for example, right here you can see that this div has a background that's supposed to be indigo 600, and right now it's being rendered as black. So that's a perfect example of the misalignment here. So it just kind of helps the LLM. Okay, so we'll just upload from our context. There we go. And we're off. And if we don't get this part working tonight, it's not the end of the world. I'm not, entirely committed to using Tailwind, as you can tell by my tone right now. I'm not a Tailwinder. I just know it's popular. So actually, I really enjoyed styling with like JavaScript objects and Material UI. It's probably my favorite way to compose style. Okay, let's see. Oh, we renamed it. Oh, I see. We're pointing to the wrong. Okay, so it's gonna. Okay, so this needs to be .js. The only thing about this planning mode is that it's really slow. I think it did something. Tell and config file to use ES module syntax. I thought we already did that. Oh, we didn't do that correctly. It was supposed to be export default instead of module exports. I see. Okay. I'm going to stop using planning mode. Okay, so it's going to update this here. Let's check our problems tab, make sure we're not. Okay. We need to set up Tailwind v4 correctly in your project. Let's examine how the app is importing CSS and verify that the package JSON has the correct dependencies. Oh, wait, did I need to set up something in my index? probably. Tailwind Vite. We've already fixed. Okay, so we need the Tailwind Vite plugin to be in. That's what I was asking earlier. I was like, I thought we needed to have it in Vite, but it only added it down here. It didn't add it as the actual plugin. Okay. Okay, that's what I was thinking, because like it needs to know that Tailwind's there so it can actually make the dist files correctly. Okay, so that means we need to actually have it do a rebuild, and I don't know. We'll just start fresh here. Let's make something really obvious. Can you use Tailwind to make the background of the entire app soft red so it's distinct? Soft pastel cream. Greenish cream. I don't know what that means, but I want it to be like this color. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. But I want it to be something that would be really obvious. Nope. Just do it directly in the file and find a good color that is pre-made. I don't want to get into like all the custom stuff. This is just temporary. Okay, so app.tsx. This is just to give us like a clear sign that this is not working. I'm running the app already. Something I can do though. The app is running at port, and I can give it a port number. 1420. So with Windsurf, one thing that I like is that there's a Windsurf browser, and it can directly send screenshots and console logs to the browser, which kind of saves you from having to do this whole weird loop. And since this, even though this is Tauri, this is still a Vite app, so it's technically running the development server. So then what I can do is I can have this special Windsurf browser running, and I can just send feedback to it, and I can use this instead of my actual app. So what I'll do is I'll send screenshot, and I'll send logs, and I'll say this is what I'm seeing. So this is a much more efficient feedback loop than taking screenshots manually. And you know, as long as you're not doing something, as long as you're doing something that's like front end and UI or graphic related, it's probably better to use the browser than to just use the Tauri app. That's kind of the beauty of cross-platform development too. Okay, so it's going to do a little bit of, it's going to look at this current page. Cool, it's figuring out what's going on. It's probably going to add some console messages. Okay, so it says here, check the main CSS or styles import to ensure Tailwind is being properly imported. It's going to update dynamic imports. I don't know what that means. Okay, it's getting too vibey, but we'll just let it do its thing. We've been streaming for 4 hours. Oh, man. Okay, I'm going to pause this and I'm going to say, please look up how Tailwind should be configured for Vite, SolidJS, Vault, and then update my project accordingly. It would be nice if you could find a few comprehensive examples that match our situation and that show the full process for setup so you can compare to what we are doing. I know that there's probably some person out there that is just like dying. It's like, oh my God, why are you torturing us with this like vibe code stuff? Because it's like 3:30 in the morning, that's why. I decided to stream at 3:30 in the morning, that's why. Okay, so it's gonna just go through, do that research for us, and hopefully get this. I really wanted to so that I can. Oh, by the way, when you're running your app in the browser, your invoke instantiations do not work. It just doesn't. It doesn't work outside of the web view context. But the UI is kind of the point here. And the fact that I can actually see, oh, there it goes. The fact that I can actually see the UI, that's the only part that I really care about here. So basically, okay, so it edited this here. Okay, so we just needed to import Tailwind like that. And it's going to update our post CSS config. Okay. So does that mean we don't need post CSS config? The reason why we're doing this test, by the way, is because this idea of having an element that we can drag and then save the state of, that is essentially going to be the overarching mechanic that is going to define our ability to make these comic page layouts. And so if we can figure it out here with like a really simple use case of having elements on the DOM, changing its location or its coordinates and saving that to the database, or even saving that to like a file, something within a file type, then we can basically use that solution for a lot of other things. So I'll just let it know here that this worked great. And my next question is, do we need the post CSS file? I don't think we do, but I'm just going to go ahead and let it tell me. And I'm going to check the chat here. Looks like we got another message. It says here, I'm doing a challenge where I'm supposed to be reading 10 pages a day or listening to 20 minutes of audiobook a day. Would you consider me watching your stream an adequate replacement for today? I don't know. That might be a bit of a stretch. I would say that if it was like podcast, that might be included. I'll leave it up to your judgment, but I would just say like 20 minutes of audiobook for me. The way that I like to bend that is sometimes if I can't find a good audiobook, I will use an informative podcast that is about the book or that is about something relevant, like a coherent topic. But my other thing I like to do as well is I will sometimes use Gemini or whatever your AI of choice is to make a document and then use something like Speechify to listen to it. So like if you do like a research paper or something like that, you can use Speechify to convert that into some audio that you can listen to. And that's a great supplement. Only thing with that is just make sure it's accurate, of course, you know. But I do that all the time, and I consider that an audiobook personally. Okay, let's go ahead and fix this up. I just want to make one more change to my UI here. I mean, it's really ugly, but I just need to make one more change here. Couple more changes, actually. So this Save Changes button, it's kind of overlapping in a weird way. Also, I like the idea that the text would have some type of padding. Was it P top? I can't remember. Oh, was it P2? PT2. There we go. Let's do 6. Okay, cool. And this button here, where does this go? Let's format document and ID messages, PY padding top bottom. Let's make this 1. There we go. And we could just have this say save and I don't think that did what I wanted it to do. Overflow hidden, no. Actually, no, that's not what I want. I want to do this. This is what I want to edit. So text white, transitional, rounded, P4. Transform, ease out, absolute, cursor grab, flex column. Okay. I think this is fine for now. We can actually close this window. We don't need that anymore. And then we can bring this back. And we'll bring our app back here. So now we can see this in a working state. If I update my text here, I'll say, let's just put something primitive related in there. And then we'll do a wolf. Primitive, baby. That's too much. Let's just do primitive. Okay, let's go ahead and save that. And then we can go back and check our database. And it looks like if we refresh here, we got it right there. Cool. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and do a commit while we're ahead. And I know I said I was going to get off of here pretty soon, but I do need to do one more thing. I would not need to do a couple more things before I get off of here, or else I would not feel good about myself. One is that for this app.tsx file, well, for all of my files, I need to make sure that I update the encode documentation. That is something that I just personally will not compromise on. So I need to go through these files one by one and make sure that I do that. So I'm going to do this with Gemini since it has information about our code quality standards. So I'll just say, can you please read app.tsx and update the comments or the code documentation according to our standards and review those standards first. Yeah, the I was saying a few moments ago, Fazal, about the using Speechify. It has helped a lot, and it has dramatically increased my ability to read things that I normally would not be reading. I actually will use it for a lot of engineering things. I'll like do a lot of research. I'll maybe spend like several hours or a couple of days developing a research topic, and then I'll use Gemini Deep Research to help me build that document. Or sometimes I'll even like just do a bunch of smaller canvases and then I'll combine them into a larger document. And always make sure to do like multiple rounds of antagonistic research to make sure that whatever I'm putting together has been challenged, so I'm not just flying off with whatever I get first. But once I get something really good quality, the main thing I do is I tell my AI chatbot to transform the text so that it is text to speech friendly. I think that's like a key thing. Make sure that it's text to speech friendly, which means that it's kind of written in a way that is like a script so that it's optimized for literal reading and doesn't have things like tables and all that kind of stuff in it. Because trying to audiobook a table or audiobook some code, that doesn't work too well. But yeah, I do it all the time. I mean, that's one of my main things right now. Actually, I just did it recently because I was trying to learn about WebView and learn about WebView implementations across different operating systems. And I made like a 10-minute little audio lesson. I listened to it while I was taking my dog out. And I'm not like, the world's foremost expert, but I was able to learn a ton of stuff that helps me with what I'm working on right now. So highly recommend it. Notebook LM rather, is also really useful for that. Although I'm kind of sick of those dang podcasts, those Notebook LM podcasts. I think I hear too many of them on YouTube, and it's really annoying. Oh, let me stop this. One thing I'm going to do is I'm going to compress. This is going real slow. I'm going to compress my context, and then I'm going to allow it to do the comment thing, because it's just going to be slow otherwise, because it's having to process all this like weird context stuff that's not even useful for it anymore. Okay, so yeah, we were at like 100. We were at 100K. That's crazy. That's wild. Let's also do a memory refresh. I can't remember when I did that last time, but yeah, let's do that one too. And then I'll just give it the same instructions now and see if it can do it better. And I spelled TSX wrong, but it's fine. Okay, so it's going to read that file. Yeah, this is much faster now. Okay, so it's going to do that. It's going to add TS docs to things for me. Okay. What is this? Okay, sure. And I'm just gonna keep going down the line. Give you more files to add docs to. Do them as I tell you. So we'll say do index.tsx. We'll do, we don't need that. Mod, this one has it. Okay, let's just do this one first, and then we'll do the backend one separately. This shouldn't be a whole lot. Yeah. Okay. Let's make sure. Okay, it's still working. Mod.rs commands.rs errors.rs, lib.rs, main.rs, models.rs. Okay, so it's just going to update the ones that exist if they're, okay. I can actually stop my app just for a second because it's going to keep trying to hot load it to reload it up, and that's going to be kind of annoying. So commands.rs, cool. Okay, cool. There we go. So while this happens, I guess I want to chit chat. The next thing that we need to do in order to finish our front end, and also I need to update the document to say this, is wait, it didn't even, can you check the errors lib main models files? So what I need to do is, right now, our whole app, it has like the essential feature that we want, which is the ability to drag objects on the DOM, remember their locations, and then to be able to re-render them at those same locations because they're stored in a persistent way. Right now in SQLite, but we'll probably have a better system for how to actually save this stuff later on. But the main thing is that I need to do this with Pixie.js instead of doing it with just the like the divs and stuff, because that's going to emulate more closely what we are going to be doing for the actual app. And Pixie.js is going to be using the graphics capabilities of our web view in a better way that actually hooks into our graphics processor, our GPU rather. So the reason why is because I will potentially have, I'm just going to assume that users may put hundreds of things on the DOM, hundreds of individual objects potentially, if not thousands. I don't actually have a number, but I do know that there should be the ability for us to handle a lot of objects, and not just the visual representations of them, but also any data that, like metadata, that is related to them. And they need to be able to be handled all at once. And we're going to be very limited if we're doing all of that with divs and stuff, even if we were doing it with like HTML canvas. Okay, so Pixie.js is going to allow us to have the optimal performance. In fact, let's go take a quick look at that. So let's go to let's scroll down here. So this is the library that we're going to use here. This will work for us inside of our Tauri application. And we're going to be using specifically the V8 API for this as well. So it's WebGL and WebGPU rendering, which means that there's a lot of really fast stuff it's going to do for us just out the box. And then if there's like other computationally heavy stuff that we need it to do, we can also use WebAssembly to help with that too. So that's going to be the goal. We're going to take this very simple app that we have right now, and we're going to refactor it to use Pixie.js so that we get some example of a canvas-like thing. And then we can leverage that, and then we can build our actual comic making app from that point on. So we're not there entirely. We have something visually similar to what we want, but mechanically it's not the thing that we want quite yet. Okay, so it did check. We do have our Rust docs in these files here, so that's good. Okay, and I think we can do another commit here. This commit is just going to be for adding our documentations. Okay, so since we're ending our session, I think the last things that we can do, and these are always my like go-tos, is we have a change log here that we need to update. We also need to update our project document. So I'll just let it know, please update our project document to reflect the current state of our application. We are finished. We made progress with the front end. Also review the implementation details and add notes. If we deviated, then hold for next steps. And we don't need this terminal here anymore, so we can actually reclaim some of our space here. We can stop our app too, because we don't need to do anything else with the actual app at this moment as we're winding down our session. Okay, so I accidentally told it project scope. What I meant is for it to check the current.md file, because that's where we're actually tracking the task that we're working on. So I need it to check that. I go through that and just basically check off the check boxes and add notes and stuff like that too. So this is going to basically allow it to have a better representation of what we actually did. Okay, so we did that. Let's go look at it real quick. Okay, so it I don't see. Is this like not up to date? It looks like it's not loading accurately. Okay, well, anyways, we can see here that these are checked off. And I'm going to say, I'm going to add one more thing here. I'm actually going to say we need to add a new step between 4 and 5 so that there are 6 steps. New step is to migrate the front end example to use a Pixie.js canvas instead, since of divs, but we will treat this as a refactoring step, and this is to test out integration and so this would be a separate component that we will import into app.jsx or tsx for rendering. Okay, so I'm just going to basically add a new step, and it's going to take what we did today to today, and we're going to refactor it to use the Pixie.js canvas. And then we're going to treat our our CI/CD stuff as the last thing we do. So let's note that we will use V8 for Pixie.js. And it looks like Pixie.js has its own event system. Interesting. Okay. Okay. So, yep. So that's cool. And then the very last thing that I'm going to do is I am going to ask it to please review all of the commits from the last 5 hours and then update the change log to have a new entry following the correct format. So there's a change log right here. Oh, I said .md, it's .txt. So it's going to review our commits. I don't know what it's trying to do. I'm just going to tell it only add a new log at the top for today's work. For the work we did in this session. Why is it trying to change an old log? I don't understand that. Okay, so what it's trying to do is it's trying to rewrite the whole file. I think that there's a way where it can just edit and add to the top, but what I also like to do is I could actually just have it use a shell script instead. And I can store that shell script in my actual in my scripts, or do something else. If I want to be able to reuse it. Also, it's just easier than having AI do it. It's also more less. It's like less tokens and stuff too. I need this entry to be edited so that it reflects the work we did today, and also reflects that we spent time working on the Gemini context system. I don't really like this message. It's not giving necessarily. I'm going to say look at the actual diff between. Actually, no, that would be a lot. That would actually be quite a bit. Let's just see what it does. I mean, that's a lot, but I think the context window can handle it. This to me is really important because if I keep this change log consistent, this is going to be able to communicate so much about the direction of the project. And also I can wrap this into like actual commentary about updates and stuff. So if I want to make like a LinkedIn post, or if I want to make a post to people who are interested in knowing what I am doing, what I have accomplished, this is like a lot more direct information than my Git. Ideally, Git should be like that, that source of truth. But I find that my Git commits are really big, much bigger, inclusive now. So this is just a more direct way to keep a record. Okay. Okay, so I think okay, so I think we're good on that. And then the last thing that I always do, and this is not something that I usually do on the stream, but I actually keep every single social media post that I make about this app. I keep a plain text document of it in here. So I'm going to have it make, or at least rough draft, the next post that I'm going to put on LinkedIn for this stream. I'm going to show you how I do that. So I'll just tell it in update logs, I have LinkedIn posts. Can you read the last four to understand my voice, and then make a new post similar for this recent work session, which was for the builds in public stream, which is at this link. So it's going to do probably a terrible job at actually writing this out for me. I never just take it for what it gives. I always go back and edit it. You should always go back and edit it, because AI writing is not only not great, but it's also mildly infuriating for a lot of people, and it will disgust people. It will. Absolutely. You don't have to believe me, and try it for yourself, I guess. But yeah, we want to make sure we take ownership of the actual language and the contents, but we can use it to kind of help us get started, which is kind of nice. So I find that sometimes it's also way too technical. And for LinkedIn, for me, the only purpose for LinkedIn is to be some type of marketing to get people interested in the project, but also to come to the LinkedIn channel, or to the YouTube channel. But if the post is too like dry and boring, people aren't going to find it interesting, you know? And actually, I have the post from the last one. I actually ended up changing it from what was originally here, so I'm going to make this small update while I'm here. So there we go. I will fix that. It's okay. So this is accurate to what we had last time. So we just wrapped up. Okay, this just wrapped up. That to me is very repetitive, but that's fine. We implemented a save button for our draggable element. I'm going to stop this and I'm going to say, okay, this is looking good, but let's talk about how the purpose of this work session was to integrate the front end with the back end in DB so that we could mock up a relatively simple example of our app's main use case, which is to allow for users to manipulate the DOM and save the position of objects, which is the essential behavior of to save the position and save its state to the DB, and save the state of objects to DB. Which is the overall behavior and experience of our comic app in a simple form. We have yet to integrate Pixie.js, which is our next step to make this example more closely aligned. That's really the thing I want to focus on for this post. So let's see what it mocks up for us. This is probably the longest stream that I've done in a very long time. It's okay though, because I don't have an excuse actually, but it's okay. It's fine. Who needs sleep, right? You know? My dog is getting sleep. Where is he? Ogu. Oh, he must be in my room. Okay. He's been quiet. Okay, so let me just have it, I have too many hashtags here. But we'll say that this is good. Write the file as a new entry in the LinkedIn folder. I think this is fine. So we implemented a draggable text element with the explicit save button. This wasn't just a UI tweak. It's a crucial test for our responsive UI and authoritative backend pattern. It's simple interaction manipulation of an object on a screen and persisting its state to the database is a microcosm of our app's. Oops. Oh, it is August 1st. Oh my gosh, we're in August now. Okay, so where was I? Simple interaction manipulation of an object on the screen and persisting its state to the database is a microcosm of is a simplified example. That's more what I would say. Of our comic apps, excuse me, main use case. I would put a hyphen here. Allowing users to manipulate manipulate elements and save their precise state. Okay, we don't need this here. Next up, diving into V8 integration. This will bring us even closer to the visual fidelity needed for our common panel creation. Building on the solid. Okay, so we don't need all this. We'll just simplify that. And fix that. Boom. This needs to be inside of a text. That. I would probably say today's stream was all about our current architectural pattern, our core architectural pattern integrating the front end. Okay. So fixing up our Gemini context system and getting ready to dive into Pixel and working on preliminary UI. Integrates UI that integrates with the backend, which we will refactor in the next session to use for rendering. In our current setup, okay, I think this is more like what I wanted to say. So then what I'll do is I'll take this text here and I'll just take some screenshots from the stream, and then I'll take this text and I'll just put that stuff on LinkedIn, and then all of a sudden I have like some content that can lead into my YouTube channel. And I do this every stream. And the nice part about having all of this together inside of the actual project is that you get the advantage of your actual change log or the ability to scan your project for details. And I've just found that it's really, really helpful to do this, because if you find that you're making regular blogs or developer updates or anything like that, just go ahead and use your repo, if it's a personal project at least, as a place to store that information. And then, you know, it's very easy to generate this type of thing. So I think with that being said, we can go ahead and end the stream. I have successfully completed today's 2 main goals. And now, I'm off until the next stream. So my name is Keith. I'm your lovely host. Thanks for joining us today for another successful Build in Public stream. If you're new to the channel, then go ahead and give a follow, like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell to get the latest updates whenever I go live. I'll be going live again next Tuesday to continue the stream, so I can't wait to see you there. So thanks for coming by, and I will catch you later. Adios.